おはよう。待って、ちょっと待って。Wait, why am I speaking English? Japanese. Give me a second. Give me a second. I haven't done this in a while. I mean, what am I doing? What am I talking about? I have done this in a long while. Oh well. What can I say? I guess love this game a lot. Give me a second. I keep saying that. Stop that. Okay. Okay. So now I'm just like gonna relax. So sit tight, talk to me if you can. I'm just gonna enjoy myself. I'm just gonna enjoy myself a nice cup of Hunter tea. What? That makes no sense. Sometimes I speak nonsense. You have to forgive me. Alright. Oh, one sword. No, let's do something else. Hey! Palace End? Yeah, I want to farm more of these. Konbanwa. I want to go to grind lands afterwards, but first things first. I want those gems. You know, that riff almost sounds like Rainbow Road. Never mind. No, shut up, get in the wall. Come on. Come on. Alright, big guy. I keep missing that. Ow. Bum. I need this. Give me a second. Oh, you can actually combo that. It's like base blast. Whoa! Nice. What? Sorry about that. No one except like this weapon. It's so versatile. You gonna get out yet? Yeah, you can actually. That's it. Oh, sorry, don't do that in my face. Dunk! Ah! Obviously dunk. Where is it? Oh! Hits up there. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. That's better. Slam. Somehow I cannot high frame that. Somehow. Sir, do not yell at my face. I would like that. Please don't yell at my face, please, sir. Excuse me. Oh, his tail is also picked up there. Gee, you're really pissed off today, huh? Too early. I wonder if we can totally outframe that. Ah, okay, fine. Oh god. Run. Giddy up! Yeah, you don't look so good. You really don't look so good. I'm gonna miss a freaking flash. Oh, never mind. Come on. I have been fun today, sir. Why are you like this? Please stop now. Whoa, hey, where are you going? Ow. Oh, Replican. Or a Shuriken? Is it a Shuriken? It feels like a Shuriken. One jump. Ah. Stop that, please. I lost badly. Oh, you don't feel so good, huh, sir? Come over here. Give me a hug. Oh, sorry, that was you were paralyzed. I forgive. I apologize about that. Very nice. Give me this. Ah, that was bad. Oh, second dunk. Oh, I'm like. 1, 2. But then too close, I cannot dodge that probably. I'm actually kind of glad that my cat is supportable if he does that. Good night. Oh god. Stop doing that after. Oh god, please get up. Please get up, please get up, please get up. Jeez! You're in a bad mood today, huh? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. One. Done. It's sometimes it's fast. Stay quiet, sir. There we go. Oh. Give me your head, sir. You finally all with that dragon armor. Nice. Oh, well, that was quite something. Alright, give me that. Give me the gems, sir. Woo! Yeah, this is a good workout. How you doing, guys? I'm sorry I didn't pay attention at first. I mean, when you actually get attacked by a very, very big and angry Shadow the Hedgehog, you kind of have to set priorities, right? So, how are y'all doing today? Are you doing fine? Oh, by the way, I don't see... Oh, I have to fix something. Hold on a second. I just realized something. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's Nerky's gem. Does he have a mantle? I'm not so sure. Spray gem. It's fine. Alright, now let's do some grinding lands because I do want to upgrade my stuff a little bit. Alright. Alright. I'm back chilling. That reminds me that I haven't had McDonald's in a long while. I mean, to be fair, I do have a stomach ache, and I don't know why this is, because I think maybe it's because the weather changed, now it's colder a little bit. And that actually makes me digest food like a little bit slower, and that's the problem, I guess. But apart from that, I'm fine. Yes, I offset my stomach ache by playing Monster Hunter, just how I did with COVID. Now, monster. Okay. I haven't fought Seaton in a long while. Now the question is, do I want to go with hammer or greatsword? Let's go with lance. Let's have a little bit of different fun. Now, should remember correctly, where is the volcanic area? I can go to every single place easy, but set the volcanic area. I kind of get lost in the volcanic area. This is not it. Sit down here. I realized my forte, guys. I'm a quiet guy. I can comment some funny stuff every now and then, but when I'm locked in, I'm locked in. It's like when you actually dedicate yourself to your craft, you just like don't think too much about other stuff, right? Maybe that's who I am right now. My craft is just killing big things. Where is C-Team? Where are you, buddy? Oh, I can see him. I can smell him. Jesus. Motion sickness ain't my bitch. Aha! Come on, buddy. Dun 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 dun. I missed so much stuff that please Basel East. Bum 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 bum. Nice. This. Oops. Turn around. Oh, never mind. I tried to challenge that. Dun 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 dun. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, sir. Position. Position in. Oh, oh. feels so good, huh? Come on. Bonk, bonk. Excuse me. Na, 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 na. None of that, sir. Look at my funky stick. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Ow. Okay. Oh hell no, what are you doing here? Oh, not you two! Get out of here! Dun 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 dun. Man, talk about party crashers. Dun 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 dun. I love this chaos. La 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 la. Whee! Da 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 da. La 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 la. Oh god, what is he doing here? Bambaro, please, you're not supposed to be here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. Oh, hey no man, how you doing? I'm just like grinding Lance. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing alright.
How's your Saturday? It's all good, right?
Yeah.
I forgot how fun Lance can be if you actually just go Daredevil.
If you go Daredevil, then absolutely.
Whew! Yup. Ah, this feels good just to use again. Alright, what's my set around like this? Yeah, check it out. Like, I built this up and this really just feels good. Look at all that good shit.
Hold on, I just hopped into... What the... Huh? What are the parts on this? Let me see. Brackhead...
That's Brackhead Alpha. I needed the guard too.
Yeah. Brackhead Alpha, and I'm pretty sure this is Fatalis for everything else.
Yeah.
And it's all gemmed in. Okay.
Yeah, it's all gemmed in. But yeah, the head is actually perfect.
Wait, how do you get Agitator's secret if
it's Fatalis.
Is that what Fatalis is all is? Is all is? It did the set
yes,
bonus?
The set bonus of 2. Just 2.
Okay.
But actually I only need the 2, huh? Oh wait, I thought that was 4. I always think that Transcendence it should be 2 and Inheritance should be 4, honestly.
Wait. Is Inheritance?
Yeah,
Inheritance only requires 2?
Yes. It feels weird, right? You feel that, that is the almighty skill of having like all unlocked, and you think that would be 4, but it's 2.
That's... For the sake of balancing it, it should at least be 3.
Yeah.
It should at least be 3, so you at least
actually
dedicate a good portion of this set to Fatalis while not completely sacrificing variety in your set. You know what I mean?
I know, but I would consider that the same as Safi. It's like the Safi's skill is also right, kind of strong. So I was thinking to myself, you know what? Why not make the Fatality bonus set all 5?
I don't know. I feel like Inheritance work would be balanced better that way. But that's
You cannot speak today.
English language. That's just my hot take on the balance of everything. Oh, nice top.
Ow! Oh God, that was painful for him.
Nice topple and nice tail cut.
Yeah, that was like the double special topple, like, you know, the head and the tail. Like, I find backseating a little bit easier because of that. You cannot do that in normal basil.
Yeah. I wish normal basil was still available in Master Rank as an invader, because seething is exclusive to the Elder's Recess. For no reason.
Oh, there's a bomb there. Oh, never mind.
Or at least let seething be a proper invader, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why Vampiro? I still am pissed off about that. The more I think about it, it's like, why Vampiro?
I think I know why.
Okay, do tell, because I want to know.
I think it's the rocks.
That's it.
It's the rocks and the trees. There's no real legit reason for Bondaro to be everywhere, except for the mechanics of like, oh, he can throw different elements of rock around.
Well, Tigress can do that too!
You finished my sentence for me. It's like Tigress can do the exact same thing. Why do we have to use
but they're both
moose?
them in Master Rank. It's like, what were you thinking?
It's like, why do we have to use this moose that was literally like, it looks like it's made for the Hoarfrost Reach, and it essentially is.
Yeah, at first, but then he's like, oh, why are you here? Wait, why are you here? And then, why are you here again?
It's so unnecessary from an aesthetic and ecological standpoint, but I know it's for the mechanical reasoning. Did you top him again? Oh, okay.
Yes. If you know what you're doing, just feel cool. Whee! I love that. And there's a topple again. It just feels good to be back with Lance. Is he limping? He is.
How do you topple a monster by hitting his severed tail? Oh, speaking of severed tail, you gotta carve it.
Yeah, I know. Red Hot Traps? You know what? I feel
You
lazy.
never have traps.
Yeah, it's like
I always... You never have traps. That is not a question you ask yourself.
Yeah.
That's a question I ask myself, but you never have traps.
Look, I know. I mean, look, I'll let this guy live because I find him cool. Anyway, I'll get some traps. It's really good to be back with Lance. Like, at first, when I started, like, Monster Hunter, it's like, oh, but this damage output of this is not that good. But then I realized, no, the trick of this is, like, the parry stuff. It's like, if you like countering, you feel like a god. One thing I would love them to put back is, like, the clutch counter, like, it clutched right into the monster thing, to be back also in some aspect to be back on wilds. Not clutching for a clutch wallbang. More like that ability to like counter and yell wee and then right at the monster. I love that.
I have no idea how they'd... I don't know. I just have to see if it works. I'd have to see them implement something like that to really discern it, because it's like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. Oh, what is this spiky boy doing here again? Like, I just fought this guy, I don't know how many times, offline because of his gem. And just seeing him again is like, do I really have to do this again?
You don't. You really don't.
I really don't, but he appears in my face, you know I cannot contain myself.
That's what you say with every monster.
Look, they just, like, they're just jaywalking in front of me. It's like, are you daring me to hunt you? It's like, okay, maybe I do have a bad habit. Oh, wait, why are you going towards Nergi? Wait, why are you going towards Nergi? No. No, my
got his footprint first.
Oh, fine. Okay.
No, Hanta, you gotta get off of the Shamos and...
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Where did he... Oh, he's on the... Okay. He's on the Elder Princess area.
I was about to say, is he not in the lava area?
Yes.
Or...
Like, of all the places in the grinding lands, I find the volcano area to be the hardest to access.
What do you mean the hardest to access?
It's like, it takes much more longer to walk to here.
Oh. It's just a hop and a skip away from the effluvium area. It's literally to the right of the effluvium area.
Yeah, but it takes too bit time for me. But there we go. Alright, CD.
How are you gonna say that it's the hardest to access when another area is just to the left of it, Hanta?
I'm sorry. It's like I just go like gotta go fast sometimes.
If you were hunting Rotten Vale monsters, you would say the exact same thing, would you?
I mean, it's the furthest away. All right, grid eye, artillery, evade window. Oh, this is good. Get in the boomstick. I just figured out, and I found out that the Guild Palace set really looks beautiful. I just found it out.
Guild Palace looks really nice.
Yeah, it really looks nice.
I wish the hammer itself was like more attractive. Oh, that's a nice crit draw thing.
Yeah,
if
that's
you
great
like
vitality.
Greatsword. What was that saying?
Hell no, Bamborough.
Oh, I was saying I wish the Guild Palace weapons were actually a lot more,
Extravagant?
I don't want to say extravagant, but worth using. I was looking for a proper word, but it's like I wish they were worth using.
I mean, let's face it, when you're by the end, the only thing worth using is like Gajar, Safi stuff, or Fatalis gear. Maybe maybe Raging Branky. Maybe Raging Branky too, but that's kind of stretching it.
Well, here's the thing. That's only if you're like still going after you beat Fatalis, because for a lot of people, for a lot of gamers, myself included, there's a sense of completion when you make it to the end, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know what, I did a good job. You know, maybe if there's a set that I'm missing, or something else that I want to try, like maybe I'll go through that. But at the same time, it's like, you know what, I did it. You know.
Yeah, but for me, it's like there's always something more. Okay, maybe that's just me.
No, it's not just you, because you see how people have 4-digit numbers worth of hours in these games, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Like, there's got to be a reason for it. It's like, I'm pretty sure Monster Hunter has the single best
endgame loop,
and not even endgame loop, but just grind loop, just set building progression loop in gaming, because the fights to earn your weapons and your sets, they're entertaining.
Yeah,
right?
it's the grind
fun. The grind is fun.
Yes.
So, which is why I
That was so far away.
can easily see the appeal, right?
Yeah. I understand it perfectly too.
Yeah, so I don't blame you for having. Why'd you do this?
Yeah, that was miscalculated. You saw that too.
I saw something, but anyway, I'm not upset at anybody for having so many hours, but for me it's like, okay, unless I can set like a secondary goal for myself, where if there's something that I want to accomplish that's not just get to the end, like I'm okay like saying goodbye to a game, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I understand completely. It's like, for me, it's hard to say goodbye to a game.
Yeah. It's like, alright, I don't need to overstay my welcome. I had a great time. I have established my opinion on the game. It's good, and maybe I'll play it again at some point, but at this point, it might be time to move on, you know? And I think that's really how I was with Monster Hunter World, because by the time Vitalis came out, it's like I've gotten burned out. Also, Electrion kind of demotivated me from the game.
For me, Electrion kind of motivated me. I just wanted to kill that guy really good.
I was like, nah, fam, this fight kind of sucks. Like it's a good fight, but it's like, man, this is. I don't know if this one's worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Like, when you see a Latvian, it's like, and they actually, it punishes you for lack of preparation and all of that. And really, I think the worst is the time limit. If that wasn't there, people will have like a different opinion.
Is it a 30-minute hunt?
Yes. No, it is not. It is not. I mean about Escalon Judgment itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see
Here.
what you mean now.
Nice! God, I love doing that.
It's very satisfying.
It's really satisfying. Right at tail.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, Hanta, like I think if it weren't for Electrion just kind of demotivating me, and really just the lack of me like really going for extra content, and not really having a secondary goal for myself in World, because really it's like it's like, what am I really gonna fight Safi Diva
alone?
And re-experience Cove Taroth when Raging Brachydios has single-handedly power-crept them both.
That is true. I mean, not exactly. If you want to do a turn, you will need Cove Taroth. If you want to make it comfortable, that is. I mean, you could run the Kana for Greatsword, but...
I mean, yeah. But no. Like, even, like, the sheer amount of, investigations that you could get... Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, you can actually combo that.
Yeah. But,
when you play a lot, you actually learn a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the investigations in World.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I want them back. Like, I have the same thought as you. Like, the more I play, the more I realize I am thankful of these investigations, because it makes grinding far more easier and fun, because you can have like really crazy ones. Like, doubled all the rat family in one go, or you can have rat and you can have Labradus itself. You can have the Basil Geese too. You remember that nutty one I had where like it was the 3 invaders at the same time?
I had one that was it was high rank, but it was Black Diablos and Devil Joe and Basil at the same time.
I can see that was a clusterfuck.
but it was fun. Uh, and I don't mind that investigations are temporary because that or have very limited
Limited.
uses. Because that encourages you to hunt more and gain more, right?
Hmm.
Uh, so honestly, if Rise, with its larger monster variety and a game and a style of gameplay that I actually kind of like more than Worlds, I'm I'm one of the people that's like, yeah, I'm an old head, but like I
Yeah, it
like the
feels
power
goated.
trip right now. I
Yeah.
like the power trip. Um, if Rise had World's Investigations, I may have a four-digit number in that game, unironically.
And ironically, me too, but the reason I don't have it because I split both the Switch version and the PC version.
Yeah, but 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 yeah, if especially since Elder Dragons show up on the map with regular monsters now,
Yeah, you can have
and
a lot of.
not everything is afraid of them like in World, which I get,
Look, it's
but
the
at this
old way.
yeah, but with everything available on these massive maps all at once, the investigations could get absolutely nutty. Plus, you could even have like afflicted monsters among the investigations. Not necessarily everything has to be afflicted, but it could be that way, or you know,
Yeah, I know.
there's a lot of potential. Um, Especially since afflicted is such a I really prefer afflicted over tempered and arch tempered. It reminds me of
Hyper monsters?
yes, hyper. I
Yeah.
was gonna say
Apex monsters.
yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna say Apex, but
yeah,
I
let's face it. Okay, I did my investigation of Apex monsters, and I think no one wants to actually like wait and sharpen their things again to actually like do damage to the
yeah
monster.
we could have done without waystones or y stones. But I liked the feeling of well, it's Monster Hunter is always about positioning, right? So
Oh, he's
the
dead.
challenge of oh, he's dead. Okay. Wait, did you not see? Oh, his skull's on the minimap, Hanta.
I was just styling on. It-
Oh,
like he started limping right before he died.
I, I think I saw him. Yeah. Regardless, what was I gonna say?
We're talking
Um,
about the Apex monsters and why you like Afflicted because it reminds you a little bit of Hyper monsters.
yeah. Monster Hunter has always been about positioning when it comes to combat in a Dark Souls-esque way, but honestly, it's not as you feel like
A little bit slow and sluggish in Dark Souls, while in Monster Hunter you have a little bit much more freedom. I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
if we're talking about old style Monster Hunter, yeah, I can see the sluggish movement that it kind of starts to remind people of Dark Souls in some extent. But the difference, I think, is like how it's presented. You have like the ecology, you have preparation, and once you know the monster, it's like, and you know your positioning right. It's like it's for Dark
Well,
Souls the same. If you know your positioning right, and you know what the monster slash boss does, well,
well,
yeah, you have a good time.
Time to
well,
remind these
Hunter.
monsters they are not
This is
made in
still
God's image.
What?
this is more about gameplay
Thank you,
than
Ted.
presentation. Uh,
I
you
mean,
know,
yeah,
because like yes, Monster Hunter has individualized itself via its ecology and its set preparation and all of that. But we're talking about from a standalone. This is the combat function of both games, right? Both rely on positioning in a very different way. However, I you do tend to have more tools in Monster Hunter, but I haven't played a Souls game in a while, so I could be wrong. Uh,
you're right on time because Elden Ring is right next around the corner.
oh yeah, it's getting DLC. What was I saying? Either way, I was saying that just because uh
You
How
forgot?
do I put this? No, I didn't forget. I'm just trying to formulate my sentence. Let me think. Because...
The boy is thinking.
When it comes to afflicted monsters and such, it really puts a direct test of your positioning, and so did hyper monsters. For the exact same reason, targeting a specific
Big
part
part every single time.
that may not even be a strong hit zone, or not. You still get rewarded for managing the entire monster and learning the entire moveset so that you can put yourself in the right spot to stagger it and to prevent it from blowing up on you.
Yeah.
Right?
I remember I had the most fun when doing Afflicted Mitsutsune because apart from that he just like trips like crazy, sometimes you do so much damage to everything that when he gets up, you proc the normal like Afflicted Explosion, and it's always fun to see.
It's easy. It's very easy
It's
to bully
hilarious.
Mizu.
It's hilarious, man. It's to the point that you kind of feel sorry for poor thing.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit sorry when I play Mitsune because it's like, man, you get tripped so often.
Yep.
I have no idea why, but hey, that's just the way it happens. Regardless,
oh no, it's Wally Polly. What is he doing here?
You noticed him. You walked right past him on your way to Glavinus.
You'll crash into each other. Ah, nice. What can I say? I love chaos. Normally people throw a dunk bomb. It's like, for me, it's like I cluster your monster and try to crash them into each other. It feels better. Do they have a Pokemon?
No. Aragon does not have any turn wars.
Working part of the lady? Alright.
How are you hitting Aragon?
I'm targeting my Spirit Blade counter.
Oh. I was about to say, that's not even your target right now, Chief.
That's true. But do I want to kill him? Nah, too much of a big deal. Even I say that Uragan's too much of a big deal.
No, he's not.
Well, when he starts rolling poly like that, yeah, it can't be so much of a big deal. Give me a second, Uragan.
I think you can slinger ammo.
Yeah.
Aragon just like you can with Radobon, and it trips him up.
I find it hard to do with Uragan actually.
I could be wrong, but I just like bullying Radobon too.
Yeah. Oh god, that's broken already. Alright, time to go. I don't want to actually like... Well, I don't want to deal with him for now.
Did you break his chin?
I think it was his chin. Hey, the Hyper. Oh wow, you guys are here. My YouTube chat is much more active than my Twitch chat for some reason.
It happens.
Hey, Glavinus, how you doing, buddy? The concept of this guy is so cool. I find it one of the best. Like, why are you here?
Why is who here?
He just came back. Uragan, please. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. Oh god.
Speaking of Aragon.
Oh wow. Okay, he tripped Glavinus. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
Speaking of Aragon, I don't think we ever talked about this, but what are your thoughts on Steel Aragon being the least popular monster?
Honestly, I only knew his existence. I only knew his existence after the poll. He's like, wait, he had like a variant? I had no idea.
Like, I knew about this. I knew about it, but it's like, who cares about him, right?
I mean,
I honestly don't know much about him. You're gonna cart hunt him.
It's fine. I gotcha. And there's a tail. Thank you, Uragan. I used Uragan to actually just, like, the Helm Breaker on Glavinus. That was funny.
Yeah. But, you said you didn't know that, Steel Uragon existed?
I didn't know he had a subspecies.
Yeah, Steel Uragon was only in Portable 3rd and 3 Ultimate, and that's it. And he doesn't have that much that's different from regular Uragon. Biologically, there is a little bit of difference because the reason why his chin is red is because he has to, huh?
Of the ore he consumes?
Well, it's sulfur.
Oh. Wait, how does sulfur make steel?
What?
How does sulfur make steel?
No. No, it's not. Steel is not. Uragon is not made of. Steel Uragon is not made of steel.
And so why is it called Steel Uragon?
The color.
Ow.
The coloring.
I'm fine. That color, huh?
Yeah, it's the coloring. And really, it's because Steel Uragon would be in really just hotter environments trying to get to sulfur.
His hide got tougher because of that?
Yeah. So, no, it's not literally a Steel Uragon. It is a name.
Why am I riding him? Uragan, please get out of the way. Also, Hyper, I mean, fine. Uragan, you're trying to make me hunt you, huh? I don't have the proper gear for this. I mean, that's the proper
Get off
weapon.
of him. Get off of him. Like,
look, I'm already stabbing. Why would I stop?
Because you're hunting Glavinus.
Alright, stay down for a while there. Where's Glavinus? I mean, to be fair, I do need to level up the volcano area, so this guy's actually cut perfect to hunt.
Why don't you do that later? Because you have a goal in mind, don't you? Didn't you search for,
Glavinus?
Didn't you lure out Glavinus?
Yes, because he's a volcano monster.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, these two daggers.
Yeah, Steel Uragon does not have too much different than regular Uragon. The only major difference outside of a tougher hide and a different diet is that because he's eating sulfur, instead of sleep being the gas of his choice, well, gas of his nature, it's stench.
Stench? Oh, okay. Now I know why people don't like him.
Because, you know, the sulfur, he got that stank on him.
Yeah, but now that you said it gives you stench, now I know why they don't like him.
Yeah, not only is he a very obscure monster, that's not very different in terms of moveset,
he has an annoying mechanic
regular
too.
counterpart. He has an annoying mechanic too, exactly.
Yeah, no wonder people's like, why are you here? I mistimed it. I love this theme song, man. The only one missing is Gamma. Really?
Yeah.
Like,
and to be honest, rolling the conversation back a tiny bit since this is on my mind now, I don't really know how you improve Steel Uragon, because it's just Uragon but stinky. Literally everything that Uragon has done in World, I would have done for Steel. Like, Master Rank Uragon encasing himself in fire, I would have had Steel Uragon encasing himself in sand. So, as he rolls. the fact that Uragon has access to his little rock balls more often now, and how he just splays them out everywhere. I would have done that with Steel Uragon, and it's like Steel Uragon would just be G rank Uragon, but with Stench. It's like, how do you improve on this?
I'm thinking about it now. I mean, Steel Uragon with those balls, but it's like, imagine you gave him like black belt, like imagine those balls deploy like into like black belt glass. That is a stench.
Actually, now that you've brought up Black Veil, you've given me a weird idea that honestly makes the monster a little bit more annoying to fight.
Do tell.
I was thinking like you just have the sulfur occasionally just toot out of him, just ambiently, like how Black Veil's little pustules just toot out of him without input.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, seriously. Okay, you're into something there.
Yeah. Again, that wouldn't make him any more popular because you're just getting more sulfur stank all over you, and you're inflicted more with soil.
People will say like, "What were you thinking?" People will, if that goes to bad, if you put it on Twitter, it's like people will say like, "What were you thinking?"
It makes them unique at least.
It makes them unique. It makes you uniquely annoying.
Yeah. Are you capping this guy or are you killing him?
Nah, I'm killing him. I'm too lazy to go back to camp. Also, he's really, really low. And lo and behold, he's dead.
Oh my gosh, you're bullying this man.
Hey, I love this guy. It's like when I played so much of GU when I was like into GU, and the most hunts I had was this guy.
Yeah.
It's the theme song. It's like,
that's a very good thing, so.
Yeah, it's like, there's a rule of thumb for Hanta here. It's like, if you have a great theme song, I will hunt you a lot. It happened for Espinas, it happened for Astalos. Most of the what's it called? The Fatal 4, I hunted because of the music. Okay, Rat gets an exception because of his set. Like, with 11 and lap before like Master Rank and all of that, getting Rat parts and getting the Rat armor just for his skills is really pretty good.
Okay.
He's the only exception.
Yeah. See, now this Steel Uragon conversation is on my mind now. It's like, how do we improve on this? Like, do we just give him more places where fire comes out of, like his chin? Like his chin would not be as durable as a regular Uragon chin because sulfur is not as hard to break through as the rocks that base Uragon eats.
Yeah, but the moniker of Steel Uragon will be like really not steel anymore. Oh, the cell just went down.
What about not being steel? What?
I mean, if the miasma or the stench came from his like face, it would mean that his face is much more filled with like ligaments and not like pores. Like, how would air travel? It's like, think about it.
What are you talking about, Hunter?
Okay, I'm trying to form my words. It's like, your idea is that Uragan's face, the Steel Uragan's face updated will have like pores or like orifices in order for like the stench to come out. So in my head it's like, well, that would mean that there's much more like less ore and more like veins and pipes or like muscle that actually ejects the stench like that. So it will be much more. Yes.
Hanta, do you think that Uragon's chin contains actual ore in it?
Yes.
It does not.
Excuse me, what?
It is a normal animal chin.
Wait, hold up. Now, I call bullshit on that. Listen, you know that before you get your like your actual cover gear, you know that actually like hitting Uragan's chin makes your loop bounce a lot.
Yes, it is a normal animal chin that has developed to be so durable that it can break the rocks that the man eats. it is not contained. Well, no. No, because I know you're probably gonna bring up Crystal here.
Yeah, I know that guy and I hate that guy too. What is the Fulgur doing here?
Hold on, let me confirm my facts because I'm 95% sure Uragan's chin is just an animal chin and not an integrated chin.
No, it's like I remember. It's like if Radovan's biology is like he coats his children, he coats himself in tar in order to actually like make his like chin durable or like his body parts durable. It's like. And Uragan's diet is all about eating ore. So I think in order to make it seem like durable as possible, like parts of the ore is in his chin. Wouldn't that make sense?
No.
Why not?
Because Radovan is a completely different animal.
It's a cousin of the Ban family, so I think that traits of that family would like pass or like be shared among their family or something like that.
Not everything within a same. Not. Okay, Hanta.
Yes.
Let me pose a question for you.
All right.
Glavenus, right? It uses the fire within its mouth flame organ to heat up its tail, right?
Correct.
Okay. Acidic Glavenus, right? The tail is used as a site of attachment for effluvium, right?
I thought that was acid. I mean, I don't know acid Glavenus like biology completely.
Oh, well, I think it is like it may very well be just I don't think it may not be effluvium. Hold on.
Wait, am I actually fact-checking you?
No, you're not fact-checking me. You're forcing me to confirm facts. That's what I'm doing right now. Because I'm close. But no. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is acidic crystals, but Glavenus's regular Glavenus's tail is much heavier than acidic Glavenus's, which is why he looks like he's a samurai.
A longsword user.
Yeah, and it's like, why does this exist? But you know, and it's also why you can just cut the tail without it having to be heated up at all, because it's just straight up slider, and its purpose is to be used as
actually, attachment. You have to wait until like the crystals are out of that tail, so it's kind of similar to mechanic.
What?
Okay, so you said that it's easier to cut acid Glavenus tail. No, it has almost a similar state of like what normal Glavenus tail is. In order to cut Glavenus tail, you have to wait and it's heat up, correct? So in acid Glavenus case, you know that sometimes the acid Glavenus tail is full of like of spiky crystals. When he just sharpens that and he's just like a completely bare like blade tail, that's when you can actually cut it, not earlier.
Hanta, I see what you're saying, but that's also not the same.
Why?
Yes, you have to cut the tail once it reaches a certain state, but just because the methods of just because the principle of cutting both tails when they're in a certain state is a consistent. Hold on, I'm losing my sentences. Hold on, give me a second. I need to focus my brain cells.
It's working.
I know what you're trying to justify.
He did.
That's what. I know what you're trying to justify, but it's like, hold on, let me. Okay.
I'll give it time.
Okay, I think I got it. Just because different species have very similar applications of their adaptations Glavenus having a heavy tail that he can heat up using his flame organ, versus acidic Glavenus having a tail that serves as a place where acidic crystals can attach to, and they can assist him in his own combat, but they weigh his tail down, and that's why when
Chips.
he essentially shaves his tail
Mm-hmm.
of the crystals with his mouth. When he does that, he has essentially a very different moveset because the tail itself is lighter. Just because there's a very similar application of the adaptation, giant tail on massive brute wyvern, does not necessarily mean that one is exceptionally parallel to another, right? I feel like I feel like I used a bad example.
I'm thinking about it.
Maybe the reason I'm saying this is because just because Radobon is tar covered and coats itself in bone does not mean that that Uragon's chin is made out of ore, right?
Right.
It's not designed to have, like, it probably could have bits and pieces of rock that get stuck in there, but that's not necessarily a part of the reinforcement of the jaw.
Hold up. No, I didn't mean that. It's like, I never actually tried to allude that Radovan had ore because he belonged to the Uragan family. I tried to allude that, okay, maybe I used the wrong words here. So, the issue of Radovan is like, oh, because his biology or like his way of life is like coating itself in bone to protect like areas, and there's like, I think the jaw is like the most propense area for more bone to be around. I was thinking, well, if we change bone with ore, by that logic, like Uragan consumes a lot like ore, and most of the concentration just focuses on the chin, and that's why the area of the chin you do not have like a crit, like it's a low hit zone value until you either break it or tender it.
I think I know what you're saying.
Like, it just makes sense, right?
You made an association that's probably not correct.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think that's what you're saying. You associated Radobon's bone chin with Uragon's regular chin. No, wait, no. You confused the two based on how Radobon coats its chin with bone versus how Uragon does not, and you figured that their
they're kind of
adaptations were the exact same because of that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm such an animal nerd, but I've received such brain rot as we've had this conversation.
Yeah, sorry. I think that's just me. I missed. Never mind, I'll take it.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna hold you. I thought you were gonna hit the wall too. Man, the more I see Tigers appear, the more I realize, yeah, his status as the one fearsome guy in DOS is kind of lost the more you actually see him. I think Tigrex was introducing freedom too.
I think that's DOS.
No, DOS is.
It's
Kushala's on the Bucks.
Yeah. I think I'm confusing like DOS with two portables. So yeah, okay, Freedom Unite in Japan is DOS portable. If I'm correct.
I thought it was Portable second.
Portable? Okay, you're correct. And then afterwards was Portable G. And that was where Naruto 2 came from.
Portable G is Freedom Unite.
Huh? Oh wait, so in the West he got both Tigrex and Nargacuga at the same time?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if Freedom 2 was released in the West. I feel like it was. Otherwise, I wouldn't be calling it. I would only be calling it Portable Second and not Freedom 2.
I forgot
I know
about that.
Ghost was not released in the West.
Yeah, it was never. This okay, seeing him in action with the laser shout reminds me like that position we had like about his like lungs steering down.
I should probably confirm that too. Because it's like, why would this be a thing? You know?
That's correct. I do wonder who screams more, him or Kesu?
Him. He's designed to scream more.
Huh. I would think that Kesu would have a higher like roar rate.
No, Kezu does not roar that often. Kezu only roars like about the same time that any other monster would roar. Kezu doesn't roar just in the midst of his moveset. That's kind of just Brute Tigress's thing.
As much as I love World Hammer like Blood Claw shenanigans, I kinda miss Rise like Water Strike counter. Like I get the power trip thing. I understand why you like it so much because I like it too. Sometimes I feel that I think it's the feel of world that I like the most.
I get it. But here's the thing. I went through the franchise from old to new as releases happen, and when World came out, you would not understand how good I felt to be out of the wheelchair, so to speak.
You mean the fact that no loading screens, no paintballs, and all of that?
No flexing after eating or drinking.
People would argue against that though. It's like,
I do not care. I do not care what other people think. I am out of the wheelchair and I am happy.
Ooh. Oh, I canceled his tackle. That's good.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like,
I understand.
and when Rise came out, it's like, not only am I out of the wheelchair,
You're Spider-Man.
But I'm a gymnastic. I'm a gymnast now. You know, it's like this ain't just your mama's Monster Hunter. This is advanced Monster Hunter. I've got a dog. I've got the Spider-Man things. My moves are better. Hunting Horn is actually fun. No offense to people who play Hunting Horn, but
yeah, it's like it's a really, really, really hard right there.
It's like, nah, this is the game. This is my game. This is it. I had 400 hours of Monster Hunter World when Rise came out, across 3 saves. My main save was like 350.
Oh.
My only save on Rise is 500.
Holy crap. I mean, to be fair, I had to split my time between the Switch version and the Steam version. I have much more time with Steam version because, I don't know, I guess I like the feel of the speed more in the Steam version.
Yeah, 60 FPS is nice, but I didn't want to do it all over again. It's like, I'm already putting so much time in here once, you know.
Yeah, I feel the ride from going from start to finish in Rise feels a little much more sloggy than a trip from start to finish, from start to end in World.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
I do not think so. And I think it's the fact that there's less cutscenes. focused, or are you trying to think of a sense?
I tried to punish that.
But yeah, no, there's just, like, as much as the story in Rise is not bad, there's just less stuff. There's no less story, but it's less intrusive.
I understand. I mean, in Rise, it doesn't feel that much. I think they actually tried to fix it in Sunbreak. Because I did like the Delgado crew. Oh my god, you scream a lot. Shut up! Woo! Alright, Paralyzer. There we go. Bad position, but I'll take it. Yeah, I know. I was just going for damage. I don't know if I've broken this claw. Okay, he has a fast roar and a slow roar. Yeah, sometimes they mix it up and that kind of psychs me out.
Yeah.
I
think rolling the conversation back.
There it is.
I think if we were going to fix Steel Uragon, in the same vein as Brute Tigrex, there would have to be something that's relevant to base Uragon, that it doesn't do as much, and yet the subspecies focuses on it. Like, Tigrex has a roar that hurts. Brute Tigrex, every roar hurts, and he roars a lot.
Yeah, I know. It's like, when you see Tigrex, you see, like, brute mass that try to charge you, and roars that actually hurt you. That's him. It's like, that's what differentiates him from, like, Barrios, which is like him, but ice, much more nimble, and much more control of the element of ice. And Norkakuga is, like, even more nimble, and to focus on tail attacks. Much more, like, elegant, less damage, but it's much more faster, except his cell.
I see what you're saying. We're every time I'm, like, thinking of, this is the second time I was like, are we talking about the gameplay or the ecology, or both? Because that sounded more like gameplay, and it's like, we were talking about I was about to say, we were talking more about ecology the other time. It's like, maybe it's me trying to focus on one. You're gonna hit him from this position.
He's dead.
Okay, but I was saying that Tigrex, we take an aspect of one monster and decrease its efficacy and have the subspecies specialize otherwise. Like, Brute Tigrex is noticeably slower than regular Tigrex. No less ferocious, but in terms of movement, just a tad sluggish, you know?
Yeah, he only kind of like turns around at least mostly twice, and that twice ends with like him stopping and charging a roar.
It's less obnoxious. It's more unique than Azure Rathalos or Pink Rathian, who are just...
Yeah, it's like, I don't understand what is so different about them. It's like, their hide is actually much more tougher, yes, but okay, Rathalos fly more, which is much more annoying than I thought. But what else?
They're padding. They're just padding.
At least Dread King looked cool.
Well, Dread King, things that are more specialized than something else on the map.
Oh, that was great, Euros. I decided to ignore him.
I thought there was a different monster on the map as well. I sat down. And I lost my... Sat down, yawned, and lost my train of thought. Oh my.
My god. Alright, am I level 4? What? That reduced the level? Oh, because he's much more... Alright, yeah, that makes sense.
You have to balance everything out.
Yeah. Yep. It's like, I realized, wait, Brutigress does not... is not like local from the volcanic region? Or did I just mess it up? Because I think
you messed it up because... You messed it up slightly because even though brute tigers can be found in multiple areas, I think you chose the veil for it to spawn.
Huh. No, I messed it up. It's only in the Rotten region that he spawns. Yeah,
wait, really?
Yeah.
You can fight brute tigrex in the Elder's Recess.
Yeah,
though.
but his spawn point is the Rotten Bell region.
That's so strange.
Yeah, it's like, oh. There's okay. I'm not gonna call these two. These two are kind of annoying, but maybe Rejang. I haven't fought the monkey in a long while.
You just fought the monkey with me on Wednesday.
I mean, yes, but today. What do I go? Which one do I go with? Which one I haven't gone with? Going gunner against that guy is kind of suicide, so I got it. Rock and roll. Funny enough, I never actually tried hunting horn against like the monkey here.
Hey Hanta.
Yes?
What do you want to see in Wilds?
Okay, you make me stop, but actually I'm thinking. That's a very good question. Well, okay, what if my team full hat? Underwater combat. Because we're gonna have like Icarus back. I think it's almost guaranteed right now. I mean, this is not explicit, but the fans want him. In World, there was a skeleton they tried to work with, but it kind of like, they scrapped it because like they had issues with the skeleton. We all know this. And I think they really want to actually like fix that mistake in Wilds. It's like, imagine from the viewpoint of the developer, like, especially if you're a fan of the series, that you cannot fit in a monster that is like, you like, and you have to scrap it. You really want to make that for the next game. I can always say, but it's guaranteed that it's back in Wilds. So that would mean underwater combat. Because I don't want like Icarus only on land. You get me what I mean? You get what I mean, right?
Yeah, but that leads me to a follow-up question.
Yep.
Have you played 3 Ultimate?
No.
Do you know how underwater combat works in Monster Hunter?
I've seen some clips. And I know it feels weird at first, and there's some weapons that actually take advantage of that more than others. But I think it can be worked out. Okay, that is wish number 1. Wish number 2.
I won't hold my breath, but go ahead.
Wish number 2, more Carapacians. More Carapacians and more Leviathans, if that's impossible. Because we had our Flying Wyverns, we had our Fang Wyverns, maybe a new Fang Beast. But I mean, no, we had Ghost Rag. Maybe a new species.
We need new Snake Wyverns if we're going for more of something.
That's true. I mean,
did you forget about Snake Wyverns?
No, I know Najarala. I found Najarala cool as well. It was quite a nice fight. And I know about like Dalabadur and all that.
Dalabadur is not a Snake Wyvern, it's an Elder Dragon.
I know, but it has the look of a Snake Wyvern. I'm stretching it here. I mean, How
My
could
man said more Carapaceons, and it's like, bro, Najaral is alone. Like,
Dude, no, I just like the Carapacian family. Like the crabs, they're fun. But I want Akurabashimu too. Like I was playing more Frontier so much that I want Old Man Tycoon and Akurabashimu. You know that the crab that is Thunder element?
yeah, well, it starts off covered in mud, and then it goes to Thunder at like phase 3.
It's like the Super Saiyan mode. Yeah, like I want that. I want people to experience that because when that happens, it's so fucking cool. Especially his transition from the, you know, he has his arena, then he just like gets pissed off and slams the ground down, and then you can see him like transformed.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is like a holy shit monkey. What the fuck? I was just talking. Where did the monkey go? Oh god.
You stopped completely.
Like, but the monkey, it's like the monkey actually said, "Oh no, you come here, you son of a bitch." Like I heard jazz, and I said, "Wait, why are you hearing jazz?"
Because you stopped in the middle of your tracks to talk about what you want in Wilds.
Yeah, but he didn't actually. He didn't need to interrupt. Oh god.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, you can hunt in top, can't you, Hanta?
Yeah, I can hunt him. I mean, the monkey does take a little bit much more focus than normal for other monsters that I normally hunt, but... Oh god. Why is Bambaro here? Why are you here, Bambaro? Come on.
I don't know, I saw him walk past while you were talking. I didn't know if you got it. Oh, jeez.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Not today. Not today, sir. Oh, thank god. I need my songs.
Anything else you want?
I talked about Carapacions. I talked about like Leviathans. The return of the of just bowgun. Like you know that you can modify your bowgun in try, right?
That was just in try, yes.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be cool to have that back?
It'd be interesting.
So that's one thing. Also, I know that it's... Okay, this one's much more unlikely. But I want Frontier Monsters. Like, I know what I said about Tycoon and all of that, but I do want that.
That's not the most... Given what's been going on as of recent, it's like, that's not the most unlikely thing. It's possible.
I know it's possible.
Who? I don't know. Who? I don't know. How many? I don't know. Would I hold my breath? It could happen.
It could happen.
It's a possibility. We already got one of them.
Yeah,
so.
Espinas. I mean, Espinas is the poster boy, to be fair.
Yeah. It's like I wouldn't be opposed to another Frontier monster. I'd like it just to acknowledge that the franchise exists.
You mean the game?
Well, the game. Yeah. Or even if there's a monster from another one of the spin-offs.
I want the Egyptian monsters if that's the case.
The ones from the mobile game Bonbaros here again.
Which, I mean, it would be cool to have them back and also Atalka in the same like set. Like imagine they actually try to mix it up the starting like 3 other dragons thingy and have the Egyptian ones first.
Do we know what the theming of the game is gonna be?
No.
Because it's like it doesn't. At that point, it's like
Oh god, too far away.
I don't know. Maybe I'm cynical. Too far away.
Oh god. Let me go, monkey! Monkey. Monkey no. Monkey no. Not today, sir.
Maybe I'm a cynic, but I don't know if
Oh, I missed again. Oh!
Wait, how'd you miss?
I don't know! It's like, he was just right next to the wall. It's like, he just like angled himself out of the way? I don't know. It's like, I don't have no idea. Honest to God, I have no idea at that point.
Yeah, but I don't know. Would I be surprised if there was another frontier monster? No. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'd be happy, but I wouldn't.
Me too. I'd be really happy. Oh God. Woo.
Is there anything else?
Maybe a new type of weapon, but that's unlikely. Or revival of like either the Axle Axe. Not the Magnet Spike. The Magnet Spike was way too much. Or either rework it from what it was. Maybe the Tonfas. Because the Tonfas felt good. I got like lots of people that play Frontier that love the Tonfas. Also,
they're very unique.
Maybe. Okay, this is kind of much more likely. Balance that Lance becomes much more like DPS-like.
What?
Balance Lance out that has much more DPS than it has right now. Because he's suffering, man. Like, I know that the new tricks they got on Rise, but it's still like kind of lacking, kind of lackluster.
In terms of damage?
Yep. I mean, it's not his role. I know that's not his role. But I want Lance to be actually much more popular than it is.
I don't think that's actually ever gonna happen.
See what I mean? See what I mean? That is very unlikely.
Alright. I don't know. I don't really know what I want. I was gonna ask, like, if the next game comes around, at least keep, even if we're probably not gonna keep the wire bugs, but at least let me keep the dog, right?
I mean, we have the dog.
Now we have this bird.
It seems like a wyvern in a way.
Yeah. I don't know the specifics on what exactly this thing is, what it is, but it's like, it functions like the dog, so, and that's what I wanted, so.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be kept. Now, what the dog's gonna do, what else can he do? Can he use some combat as like the other dog? We don't know. But the movement aspect, it's there.
Yeah.
I need to get some supplies.
What else do I want?
You want something reworked, perhaps?
Well, I want World's Investigations to come back. Especially with investigation, especially since it's looking like areas as expansive as what's in the trailer, the savannah, with intense weather effects and massive moving herds of monsters and whoever else shows up. I want World's Investigations to be back.
This also opens a question. You know, okay, so when you mentioned Savannah, my brain just went, oh, the Lion King. And what I remember the Lion King was the Stampede scene. Would it be just cool to have a Stampede?
Hanta.
Yes?
Do you remember the teaser trailer?
Yes, there was a Stampede there. Oh. Oh.
That wasn't even a cutscene. That was just in-game footage.
Huh. How did I forget that?
Oh my gosh. Seriously?
Seriously. Even the monkey agrees like that was stupid. Alright, monkey, yes, I get it. That was very dumb for me.
You were bringing up Atoka, and instead of more Carapaceons, I do want to see more Snake Wyverns, but I also want to see more Neopterans. I want to see more unique insects because they have the most potential.
That's true. But alright, so which type of spider do you like to have much more inspiration from?
spiders or Temnocerans?
No, I mean...
You said what type of spider do I want inspiration from, and it's like, I'm not talking about spiders.
I mean, the Temnocerans is always a spider-like, so I was thinking like, there's always a way to actually find inspiration in like, oh, whoa, I know, ooh, you won't trick me with that wall bang.
What?
No, sorry, I was like, I'm tangling with the Verdant here.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I'm talking about insects. Like, insects.
Oh, okay, what if, imagine a Neopteron that is like a mantis.
That's
like,
not so
oh. Okay, oh god. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, I hope you get dumped by Razan.
Beetle. Okay, what about... Okay, so is Zelda's queen a beetle? Oh no, wait. Yeah, they're beetles. Like, Zelda's has beetles, has a beetle-like body.
There's a lot of... Yeah. And then, you know, Monster Hunter Online,
I know his existence.
Huh?
I know his existence. I do not know of all the monsters, except maybe Pistolian, because he really looked really cool.
Okay, I implore you to look up the Monster Hunter Online roster, because even though they're not extravagant and over the top like Frontiers monsters are, they're very
unique.
They have things they're unique in terms of like they're feasible for a mainline monster game, right?
Oh god,
and one of them,
Bamboro, please.
And one of the monsters on their roster is a beetle with the thunder element called Lytena. And his main gimmick is that he inflicts you with one element that's one charge. And he has moves that have both positive and negative charges on them. And
he magnetizes you?
Huh?
He magnetizes
moves
you?
Moves will magnetize to you.
Ooh, and, that's cool. The only other monster that I know about magnetism were like the Golgarf and the brothers. I call them the brothers.
Yeah, but it's not like the single magnetism stat. It's two statuses. Like you can be afflicted with positive or negative, and once you're afflicted with both, you're paralyzed. But it's unique because moves of different
polarity
will move onto you. Essentially, yeah. Moves that he creates will just move towards you depending on which charge you have afflicted onto
that
yourself.
That is so cool. That sounds so cool.
So, also, he has his own unique skeleton. He doesn't look like any other insect in the series. His theme is goated.
He has a unique theme?
Most Monster Hunter Online monsters have a unique theme.
That is so sick, because when I expect like monsters of that are not like what's it called? Flagships or elder dragons, it's like, oh, they're gonna have like a theme song like fitting from the specific area. So when you say that there's an insect with a unique theme song, I'm interested in that.
And it's pretty good. I like it.
You got my attention, man. There, I will check it out. Maybe we can check it out together.
I don't think it's the most like. I don't think it's a 10 out of 10 theme, but it's a strong 9 out of 10 theme.
All right, if you have to compare it to like, for example, Frankie Dios's theme, how would you like put it out?
How would I compare to Bracky? Well, I think Bracky's not my thing. I would more I would say like Espinos is my favorite theme. World's version of Teostra's theme is another one of my favorites. Zinogre is always good.
Zinogre is always good. Nice.
The Elder's Recess theme has started to grow on me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what is Uragan doing here?
Why.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure why, but it's grown on me. There's always Valstrax and Basil.
Yeah, Valstrax is like a... Wait, look, it's a freaking jet dragon with an amazing like heroic theme. What else do you want?
I don't think I would put it necessarily on par with those. Maybe I probably would put it on par with like the Elder's Recess thing. Like it's a good theme.
But it's not like an epic bomb or something like that.
Yeah. Have you fought Inagami in Frontier yet? Bamboo?
Yes. Bamboo.
Yeah. I think their themes are on the same level.
Oh. Alright, that sounds amazing then.
Because I don't think Inagami's theme compared to the epicness of the other ones that I've listed, but it's still pretty good. And I think that's where Lytena's theme falls.
Interesting. So a thunder beetle that can magnetize you. That is.
He also has a subspecies that has.
I was about to ask you that.
He was a subspecies that has dragon element, Zinogre style.
Oh, so it's basically beetles in Ogre.
Kinda, yeah, because that one doesn't have the magnetism on it, but it's still very cool. The color scheme for both of them is great.
Alright, let's recount then. What other insects are cool or like known across the world? We had spiders, we had beetles.
Spiders are not insects.
Okay, fine. Okay, sorry, it's like... listen.
There's not a lot of Temnocerans, I understand, but spiders are not insects.
Yeah, okay, fine. Alright, what else do we have? I mean, some of you are a fan of ants? No, or how can you make an ant cool?
I mean, you could easily make ants cool, but maybe I'm thinking maybe do like give like Vespoid Queen a facelift, like have a phase of like essentially update her
model,
completely update her model and her fight. Keep her same role as, you know, Queen of Vespoids, and maybe have her show up after you kill 20 Vespoids or something. But yeah, just redo the fight completely. I was thinking like that. Maybe she could have like a grounded phase and then a flying phase, as a much like a traditional flying wyvern a la Rathalos.
Yeah, it's like when I imagine Vespoid Queen, I imagine like a Queen Bee.
Yeah, like she inflicts paralysis like every Vespoid, but she also has defense down.
Oh, that's a horrible combination.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing, but that's what she's got. So
yeah, like imagine like getting like the defense down, then immediately get paralyzed and just like get one shot by one big attack. That is like...
yeah.
Oh wait, like, that's Espinas. That's Espinas.
Yeah, like I'd be very interested to see like a complete revamp of Vespoid Queen. But in terms of other insects that I would like to see reiterated, I think there's a lot of potential in moths and butterflies.
Moths. Well, we have Mothra. I mean, why am I speaking about Mothra as an example?
I mean, that's still a decent base. Like having a very large moth with decorative wings to make itself like look even bigger compared to monsters that are massive. Maybe give it some like some status scales.
I got it.
It spreads around.
It. Give them Malfestio confusion element with a mist.
That's pretty dope. I was thinking like get a little obnoxious and have it spread like blast.
I would give that to the subspecies because that would be too else for like.
Why? Yeah. Why not the regular? We could do either or. We don't. We could do either or. This is a made-up thing.
Huh. Why is Kushala in the volcanic region again? And not in the tundra region?
It's not.
No.
Elder's Recess.
It's like, yeah, I understand, but
Elder's Recess.
oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'll go for Teostra. I don't want to actually deal with the other one.
Yeah. There are a couple other unique things. I'm not sure if this was an explore thing or an online thing, but you know Rust Kushala?
I know because of For You.
Yeah. Rust Kushala has a tendency to stay on the ground more often and move a little bit slower because, you know, rusted shell and all that. It's not the greatest difference in fight, and people really don't care for it. But in one of the spin-offs, I want to say it was online. I have the thing open. I have the wiki open right now, so I could check. Uh, but I was thinking it has its own status. There it is. In one of the spin-offs. It's no, it's online. Um, Rust Kushala has its own status in online, just straight up called Rust.
Rust. Let me guess. It
And
actually affects your sharpness.
it doubles the sharpness, bullets, and coating consumption of your weapons.
Yeah, that seems very annoying in context. I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair, I saw that before. Have you heard of Barugaru?
What?
There's a monster in Frontier that is on the swamp that feels like a lamprey eel fused with a wyvern.
What does it look like? Oh, that.
Yeah, the one that sucks your blood.
Yeah,
so
that one.
he's seen version. I think it's like in normal version 2. So when he sucks the blood of a hunter, he gains like a property and a new attack that is like he throws like a lot of wave of blood at you, and he kind of like rots your sharpness. And so I kind of know that, yeah, that is possible, that is doable. It's not that, oh wait, no, that is a straight up removal of your sharpness. That is not like an afflicted effect on your weapon itself. Which,
Yeah, Rust is a status. Unfortunately, you have to wait for it to wear off. You can't like deodorant it or something.
so you cannot nullberry it out. You cannot nullberry it out, basically.
No, you just kind of have to hold the L for a little bit.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, but it's a status. It's not just a thing that the monster does. What is your name? There you are.
After Teostra, I might get a snack. Oh, he's just chilling. Wait, I haven't seen him like this.
Yeah, no. Barlaguel's blood is not a status. It's just a thing. You haven't seen Teostra just sit like this?
No, really?
Really?
No, I never see him chill.
You've never seen him chill? I've seen this happen multiple times.
I mean, to be fair, every single time I find him, I just go directly to him and I try to actually engage him when he's walking. Maybe that's why.
I think every time you see a monster, you don't give it any break.
I mean, yeah, that's just me, I guess.
It's like World is the one game where a monster won't immediately square up with you, and you can walk beside it with very little repercussions if it lets you. That's right.
Yeah, I know. I guess I
can just
choose
take
violence.
a stroll with it if you want.
I mean, I guess I can just choose violence.
Yeah. Like I've just sat beside Teostra for minutes at a time, waiting for it to do something. And it's nothing different. It just sits there, you know. And I get it. It's like when you're an Elder Dragon in the position that you are, it's like you can afford to just do this, you know.
Yeah, you would be really bored.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost missed.
Yeah, but no. I really want to see more ecological rolling back to what I want in Wilds, I do want to see more ecological interactions and the not immediate square up behavior of monsters.
So I guess you can have that because you saw there was going to be thunderstorms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got an idea. What if you have like actual localized earthquakes or like natural disasters in the middle of the hunt, triggered by a monster, and then it just sticks for quite a while? Like, I mean, not localized, not little hurricanes like the one Kushala does, or like not like a temporal like earthquakes like Sharishbala. I'm talking about like real like actual natural phenomena in the middle of the hunt. You know, to make it like a little bit much more like wow, wildlife.
I have a feeling that's going to happen, given how the weather it appears to be such a factor in gameplay. At least from what the trailer has shown. I think that's going to happen, and since Elder Dragons have a tendency to just do that by existing, I won't doubt that this will be a thing. It would be really cool if it was a thing. But I'm confident that that's gonna be a thing.
Oh, I'm in range, but I don't give a shit. Okay, I know you like this theme of Teostra, but I do miss the Latin the chanting of the right version.
You don't. I get it. You don't need the chanting though.
I mean, it gives it. I don't know. It just gives it like an extra boost for me.
Well, everything in Rise has a little bit of chanting, you know.
I know.
Like, I think if Ruiner had some chanting in his theme, that'd be great. I don't think everything needs chanting, but some would be better with chanting, you know?
Yeah, I get it too.
Too much of a good thing doesn't make it better.
Nice mount. I love sliding here. Oh, that's right. We don't have like sliding into jump attacks in Rise, right? Or do we have?
I think we can. If we do, I haven't used them in a while because you either wire bug to where you need to go or you.
I guess that's the thing. Because of the yes, because of the lack of warbug, I think we don't actually use it. I mean, no, I take it back. Because we have a warbug, we don't use that often.
Yeah, it's like, oh wait, no, you can slide and jump onto a monster. Never mind, I'm tripping.
And I guess it has less impact here because, well, there's no like an insta mount when you just do it right. It's just like, oh, you're just making the prompt position and you like immediately just go into like Wyvern Ride.
Yeah.
Like now I realize that as cool as it is the first time you see it, it's not the same as an actually like fighting in like a mounting the monster. Like mounting feels like an actual struggle. It's like you and the monster. While in the case of Wyvern, I think we talk about this.
We may have.
Yeah, it
again,
just feels
it's the power
one-sided.
trip.
It's just too one-sided. I forgot to drink. What else can we add from Wilds? I can just walk while we talk, I guess. Okay, we talk about species. We talk about Chris is like a given during this. We talk about environmental hazards, and like we talk about natural disasters in the middle of hunts, weather that is also there too. I talk about like the return of the bowgun, like modifying the bowgun into the styles of like chambers and all of that, like what happened with Try. I talked about the return of certain weapons. I don't.
Crossplay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they have no excuse at this point for crossplay. I just want one version of the game, and then if they're gonna come new version of the game, I want to play with them, and that's it. What else? I guess we're running out of stuff to talk about wilds, huh? I mean, we don't have that much information after all.
Exactly.
And I think that's the issue. Like everyone that is like a Monster Hunter creator, like the big ones, I think they have like a drought. Like as much fun world is, you cannot milk a cow that already is out, even if the cow is like really juicy. You get me?
That is a sentence. That is an image I do not want in my head.
All right, sorry. Maybe that was like a
really. I do not want the image of milking a juicy cow. That is.
Yeah.
Is
okay. Sorry. Maybe that was like a wrong word in there.
Chat, can we flip that?
Look. There's nothing weird about a cow milking. Like, look, I know the internet kind of like associates cow with something else, but that's not what I mean.
No, I mean, milking a cow is not atypical of, being a cow, but it's like, milking a cow...
Oh no, she's here!
Who's she?
No, okay, you hear the roar, right? So that's like a calling for help roar. I know that because I heard a lot with like Raytheon and Rathalos.
No, Hanta, I didn't hear the roar because I don't have volume up on the stream because I don't want to hear us twice. But as soon as you said she's here, I checked the mini-map to see who showed up.
Like, no, I checked the mini-map as soon as I heard the roar, and it's like, oh, she's here. The bitch is here. Okay, how the hell? Okay, I have to kill him first. I don't want to actually have to deal with them both.
He's gonna go find her.
No. Okay, dude, chill. Look, I know you're maidenless, but please calm the hell down. Like, I know that roar. It's like, I heard that roar so many times when dealing with Rathalos and Raytheon.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Gunlance, once you know how it clicks with you, it feels like a power trip too.
Oh yeah. I was thinking about learning Gunlance at some point. I tried it and it's like, man, this is a little clunch for me. Though the explosions are nice.
The trick is like, it takes much more positioning than normal, and you really have to get used to the clunkiness of like swipe, and then like a whip stake. It's not all Oonga Boonga with this.
Yeah, because my weapons are normally like, I play long sword, sword and shield, dual blades.
Much more agile. Oh, he's limping. Alright.
Yeah. I started trying out Hunting Horn and Rise. That's been fun.
It's been fun, yeah. I mean...
Did I say Insect Glaive? Or no?
You did use Insect Glaive.
Yeah,
I remember that you make the paralysis... you actually inspired me to make the Hysa Glaives because of how efficient that paralysis glaive was.
Yeah, Hysa Glaives was fun. As a muffin, like...
Where am I going?
Where are you at, Chief? Where'd you go?
Oh, he's in the same spot. Alright. Do I have bombs? Oh, I have bombs. I can do something funny. Huh, she's not with him. Okay, that's good. Normally I would expect like Nunas to be like right here too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a lucky break. I don't want to deal with her. Where is my might seed? Did I run out of might seeds?
Not the...
Charging my attack. Okay, that's the wings. I think that was head too. iframe explosion. Hot.
I got it. No, I didn't.
Nice. He died by the clutch claw. Oh, come on. That felt good. What are you doing, Chief?
What am I doing?
Yep.
Trying to wait until this moth comes back out so I can get it.
Oh, those big moths.
It's not a big moth. I've been smacking insects out of the air for like the past few days now.
Oh, it's because of summer, right?
Yeah, it's been like massive flies, and I'm like, where are these coming from? But I've like dunked 4 of them out of the air, like, which is not easy to do, but I've done it.
What are you, Mr. Miyagi?
Maybe only with a much less graceful technique. I know I've been saying I can say this, but it's like proof for it didn't happen. But it's like, how am I supposed to prove this unless I'm trying to get rid of a fly? But I've managed to do it without tearing anything apart. I don't know how I've gotten so good at this, but
They annoy you a lot. I guess you got used to it because, like, I don't want to deal with these things. And you just, like...
oh yeah.
Level 3. Oh, God. Yeah, this is the hell of a grind and lance. And I need this level 7 because I want the Furious Monkey to spawn. It's like... No one told me that the parts I needed for the Furious Monkey was only for the Furious Monkey that appears in level 7 volcanic region. How would I know that?
Huh. How would you know that?
Well, I guess I'll get some snacks. I guess for now, I'll stop with the grinding lance. I'll go back a little bit on Rice because I kind of miss it, man. I want to actually miss Espinas. Give me a second. I will get some... I'll get some snacks. I'll leave you to the waiting screen. We can just, while I eat, we can talk about like more about wilds and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second. I'm gonna cook. Let me cook. Literally.
Ladies and gentlemen, drink water.
I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh, he disappeared and his hands remain.
Okay, I'm back, and I got a sick idea of a new monster that I think I want in Wilds too because of the Savannah thing. Alright,
Yeah.
so what is the most smart primate right now on the planet?
Us?
Apart from human beings.
It's a tie, but what a tie?
So
More chimpanzees and bonobos?
I was thinking that the orangutans. I mean, what monkeys or like what primates were like known for using tools more adept than other primates? I think it was orangutans, right?
Yes.
Hear me out. Imagine taking all Camelius's penchants of stealing items, but giving to a smart monster that can use that item against you.
Not a bad idea.
It's like, think about it. I imagine a fang beast, primate-like, not that like physically bulky, but he has like some tricks. For example, maybe he can like, I don't know, what status can that guy do? Like, imagine like, because he's not that smart, it depends on poison to actually like do like scratch damage. I mean, that would be too much like Camelius, but okay, that's actually kind of Camelius, much more physical. But when he gets enraged, he pins a hunter. He takes a like specific item from that hunter. For example, if he takes a trap, you can use like pitfall traps against you, or like use like potion and all of that. I don't know. It's like it depends on the gear of the hunter. It punishes the hunter's preparation. And having a monster that is as cunning, you know, to use like the preparation of the hunter against them would be really, really sick.
Okay. That's interesting.
Because imagine, like, monsters and hunters, they know they exist. Like, there's having, like, they have shared history at this point. And I think, what if, like, a monster, like a fang beast, evolve or, like, develop that specific, like, cunning in order to use the tools of a hunter against them? For example, Camelius is smart enough to know that if you annoy the hunter by stealing the items, they will leave you alone. That's what happens in lore. What if there is a primate that actually does the same, but they use that against them, much more like aggressive?
That's interesting.
It is a really neat idea. I just was doing this while I was like hitting the microwave. It's like, wait a minute. I don't know. It's like, that's a really good idea for a fang beast.
You might be cooking, Hanta.
But what would he do in Master Rank? I don't know. It's like imagine the monster that can flash you, but with just using with your own flash bombs. It's like it would piss you off, but it's also very very interesting.
Well, don't go too far ahead.
Because the concept of traps and monsters, I've seen that enough in Frontier. There's a monster, there's a root wyvern called Gasura Basura that when he digs, he creates like little molecules in the sand that if a hunter steps on it, it goes into a trap state. And it's like, oh cool, I see them. So it's a monster that uses traps. So I put 2 and 2 together. The animation of trapping a hunter, it exists. It's in Frontier. So what if there was a way for a monster to actually use pitfall traps against you, stealing it from your inventory to use against you?
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, what other item you take to a hunt?
Wait, what?
What other item do you normally take to a hunt? You take your potions, you take your, depending on the situation, you take your antidotes, you take your flashes, you take your bombs. Imagine taking imagine the monster taking away your bombs and chucking at you with an infiniting like blast at you.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So
that sounds sick. The more I think about it, that sounds sick. And if my idea comes to fruition in Wilds, I'll actually say I fucking called it.
you can. Honestly, Hanta, you come up with so many ideas that it's like I don't want to. It's like, Hanta, you could call the whole game potentially, and I would not be surprised.
I love Animal Planet when I grew up, so I know about like different animals that have like specific abilities and all that.
I like animals, so.
Like, dude, I saw the ant that has like 2 chemicals on his like. On underside, dude, that creates like a very, very toxic and no, caustic. What is the word? Like it's like it shits lava.
Caustic is probably the word you were thinking.
Yeah, I think that's the word. And I thought to myself, whoa, that's a sick. Okay, so it was for me, a little me. It was like, whoa, there's an insect that can throw fire from his ass. I thought that. I mean, and now that I went in Monster Hunter, it's like, wait. That seems like a Neopteron Temnoceran with a fire element. I mean, we don't have that. I mean, we have like Ragnakadaki. But I mean, with Ragnakadaki, it's not the same as the ant because the ant kind of is like a burst that goes really, really fast.
Yeah.
Also, one other animal that I was thinking like come back to Wild Sea, we have underwater combat. You know the mantis shrimp?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that animal kind of uses like, you know how fast he uses his pincer to create like sonic pulses to actually like hunt?
Right.
Imagine if the pincers were bigger in the body of a bigger shrimp and actually can do that to inflict confusion on the hunter.
Again, it'd be interesting.
Because that shit hurts. It's like if you were hit by a Tigrex's roar.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't know exactly it would entail, but it'd be interesting.
Also, I think there's another element I saw in Frontier that I found interesting, not that utilized. Bless ya. It was like Farunoku. It was like the beautiful like bird wyvern in the flower field.
The hummingbird one?
Yeah, the hummingbird one.
Changes its element on flowers? Or?
Exactly. Okay, so there's one element he takes in which, like, I think it darkens your vision. It blinds you, basically. But not as a flash bomb. It's like, you know that with the flashes from every single monster we had, it's like a little stun. But it was an actual blind. So I was thinking, you know that octopuses use ink, right? It's like we don't have an actual octopus-based monster. So continuing my idea of underwater, I want like blind light or something. I don't know.
Something that reduces your vision?
Exactly, because I seen that work on Frontier. It's doable. I seen it.
There's a lot of potential for things that you could do. That originate from Frontier.
It's like at this point, everyone. I think the dev team is taking like checklists from like Frontier itself. Nowadays, like closed down.
I guess, yeah.
Like there's an extreme. There's another extreme here that I mean, in the weapons. Oh, that's right. I think I talked about this too. Turning armors into decorations.
Huh?
Okay, so hear me out. Also from Frontier, I think we talked about this. I think we forgot about it. So once you upgrade in G rank, once an armor is like upgraded to the max, you can talk to the smithy, and there's like a refined GX decos. What this does is like depending of the armor rating of your armor, you can create a decoration about it. There's 3 levels: G, which is like a decoration based on the armor skills of that armor; GX or GY, that is like almost completely improved, upgraded, but not completely. It has much more skills; and GX, that is like the complete package, like the max out armor with the max out skills. It makes set building really juicy. It just makes it really juicy.
I think you're just telling me that you want Frontier in the next Monster Hunter.
Kinda, but I know that's
impossible. What I'm hearing right now.
Also, question: do you like this size of lobby 16, or you want it bigger, or you want it back to 4?
Oh, what the? Oh, the Gathering Hall?
Yeah, I want it bigger.
I want the Gathering Halls back.
I want it bigger.
I mean, I'd rather the Gathering Hall be the entire town, but...
Oh, yeah. It's like, there was like a tease in Rise. They might, like, when I saw me just talking to Smithy and I saw other people joining in, it's like, hey, this is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But it was limited back to 4 people. And I think that pissed people off because when you come from World, it's like, hey, this is a kind of a downgrade.
Yeah, it happens. You gotta take what you can get on that one, but I'd like the air quotes Gathering Hall to be the whole area. Just let people join in your camp outpost, whatever it's going to be. And just let that be that. Have an area like this where it can just be for recreation and such, but just let us access like the smithy, quest giving, and the canteen. Just it's already there. Just let us all access it, and then give us one of these things off to the side. People will go there, you know.
Yeah. Like, most of the time you spend like in endgame world, it's like in the Gathering Hub. You just want to see hang out with your friends. You want to like arm wrestle and all that. Mm-hmm. It was a little charm though. It was also the rooms. I mean, I haven't decorated my room in a long while, but inviting your friends to see your room, it was like pretty sick.
Yeah. It's like I can easily see this being a popular.
Ooh. God, I needed a drink.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I really needed a drink. I think the only thing we haven't talked about once is like, how would the siege, or like the obligatory siege fight would be? Like, we had like sand whales, we had big ass walking dragon mountain, we had like kaiju, a giant volcano kaiju. What about the sky? Isn't there like time to have like a big ass kaiju flying wyvern that we can actually just like raid from the back?
Huh?
Like, I'm thinking big. Like, what is the?
I was about to say. What did you say?
Like, I'm thinking like, imagine a flying wyvern, but a gigantic flying wyvern. Like, imagine, you remember you play Shadow of the Colossus? There was like a flying Colossus that was like really, really big.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that, but hunting like specific parts, to actually like make that thing land, and then just hunting down in the ground. Like having two faces, airborne and on the ground. That would be really, really cool. Because we had like siege battles already on the sea. That was with the what's it called? Sideos. There was like artillery and like a Dragonator underwater. We had like on the desert. We had on a sand whale. We had like on canyons. Like, give us. I want a siege on the sky.
That sounds interesting. You can, yeah.
Like, imagine having your little pet just gliding towards a big ass wyvern, and everyone just going in.
I could see that working. It's interesting.
What else, though? Gammoth. I mean, Gammoth being back, it would require like actually making it interesting. I mean, fixing Gammoth.
What do you mean fixing Gammoth? Gammoth is fine, and the updated, whatever they do to update it would be fine.
Yeah, it's like okay. After fighting her again in in GU, is like, yeah, you need to be much more aggressive, girl. It's like, I mean, Elder Frost is other thing, but base Gammoth, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Hedgehog. What animal? Okay, so I'm thinking about animals right now. What animal we haven't actually had? We had lioness-based animals. We had like cheetah. Okay, maybe not searching felines. What about like actual dog? We had Snogger already. We had the Garons. We had wolves. I'm looking for. We had moose. Fucking Bambaro. Komodo dragon is like the great jag. It reminds me of the great jaguar. Not gonna lie. What on an animal? I think Wolverine. What would a Wolverine-esque monster be like?
Bulky, insane, and not let up. That'd just be the square up monster.
It's like, will you be a fang wyvern or fang beast? I know that is not gonna be like the family of like the primate line of fang beast. Maybe like, is it online?
I don't know. Whatever they decide to do with that design will determine it.
I mean, how many new skeletons are gonna cook? Oh, that's right. We need new skeletons.
I'm starting to run out of ideas, Hanta.
Yeah, I'm actually running out of fumes right now too. It's like I can't imagine only as much because of what I saw on Frontier. Oh, that's right. You told me there was like a video of like I want to see. Let's see together like that. Hold on. Let me actually just hide this.
Hold on. I got you, Chief. Give me a second.
All right. I can just stop work for a while for it right now. I think I'm gonna restart like with Rise after we see some videos about Explore and online.
I don't know enough. I can't find the. I don't know about a video for Explore, but I know for a couple videos going in depth about each about monsters from Frontier and online.
Yeah, I want to see the
chances are you've seen these floating around, but
I seen more about the Egyptian elder dragons. To be fair, I seen about Mephistophelian, but not as much.
Okay, let me find. Where is it? Where is it? Because I find this. It's a movie, so I don't know how long you have.
I'm down for the count here. It's like I can actually just go. I can go for a long time.
This is a 2-hour video, Hanta. Are you sure about that?
I have nothing else to do. I was
Are
gonna
you
tell
just-
you about. I mean, it's either that or go hunt Espinez or you start again Pokemon Rogue.
I have not played Rogue yet, so
It's really, really good. I highly recommend it. If you're a fan of Pokemon and roguelikes, it is really, really good. I was recommended
am
for
a
one
fan
of my
of both.
chat. I was recommended from one of my chat, and it's like, yeah, I even played offline because there's so many different stuff. There's so many different mechanics, and it's
I
not
am a fan
completed.
of both, so I will give it a shot. But I've sent the video in Discord DMs.
Alrighty then. The obscure monsters of volcanic. Alright, launch site.
Are you not aware of CR Volcanic?
This is the first time I heard him.
Oh, okay. He's I don't want to say smaller because 8,000 subs is a lot of people.
Yeah, it is a lot of people.
But he's done long form videos about Frontier, among other things, like introducing
So that means
non-Monster Hunter players to.
Oh, that armor set, the Musketeer armor set, I've seen it.
Hunter Online.
Are you watching it on stream? There you go.
MMO
Okay.
Made by the company Tencent in collaboration with Capcom. Online.
I think this Musketeer armor set has origins that are not just an online.
Side of Monster Hunter's history, even by the standards of these kinds of videos.
Here, I gotta watch the video at the same time as you because I know we're gonna be off, and I don't want to throttle the video by having you stream it in Discord.
That's
in
fine.
2019, Capcom did not renew its agreement with Tencent,
But I also don't want to
Tencent
hear
from
myself
using
twice
anything
over,
belonging to the
so.
Monster Hunter IP, which was the
Right,
majority
that's
of what
the Diablo
Online had to
gear.
offer. Not having nearly
Man,
enough
when you
content
play a
that
lot,
really
you just like,
used
yeah, I
Online
know
was
this
shut
armor,
down.
it's from
And as
this.
far as
Yeah,
I'm
I know this
aware,
armor
the
is from
monsters
this.
unique to Monster Hunter Online are still owned
Freaking
by
bless ya.
Tencent, not Capcom. So unless these guys show up in a non-Monster Hunter
what
game created
what
by
minute are
Tencent,
you in the video?
I don't think they're
The
gonna
first
resurface.
122.
Stranger things have happened, but
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not gonna hold my breath. And honestly, it's pretty unfortunate. Looking at Online, it seemed to have a couple of pretty neat ideas and a fair amount of charm to it. It was the first time Monster Hunter had damage numbers, as well as stuff like layered armor and weapons. Weapons had unique attacks not found in other Monster Hunter games. Online had a ton of wholly original maps and music. There was MMO-inspired additions to the UI, like ability and item hotbars, and hunting parties beyond 4 players for some of the large siege battles. Crazy
Okay, that
thing,
makes sense.
right? That a Monster Hunter spin-off MMO not made by Capcom wound up introducing a couple of ideas that we got really accustomed to in the 5th generation of the games. And
I've seen,
this was
okay,
powered by the
that
Cry,
guy over there,
making
I've
it a
seen
game
a
of
video
far
of that,
higher
of this Elder Dragon. It seems he had like an interesting gimmick. Like, he had like a sheds. I had to remember, I've seen this guy.
than any
Australian?
of the mainline Monster
Yes.
Hunter games being made at the time.
That's a
which
name.
were mostly still launching on the 3DS. It was even a
Oh.
second home for a lot of Frontiers
Oh, you
monsters,
paused.
actually.
Okay.
Both MMOs housing their own versions of some of Monster Hunter's wildest creations. Kinda sucks that Online will probably only slip further and further into obscurity as time goes on. Even after being around for 6 years, I get the impression
6
that it had a
years?
bit more to give, and from what I've seen, the
That's
general
actually
opinion
quite a
of
good
those
time.
who played it is somewhat positive. It seemed to have its own quirks and issues, some glitches and some animation jank, and bit too much of a reliance on a pay-to-play cash shop, but the gameplay itself seems to be fairly well received. Some of the monsters seem to be pretty well liked. Now, does that make this video pointless? Nah, talking about Monster Hunter Monsters is still a ton of fun. Delving into and learning about these obscure creatures on Monster Hunter's fringes has been an amazing undertaking, and preserving the memory of these creatures is a job worth doing. Also, you guys love watching these videos, and I love making them. I will still be rating each of these monsters from 1
Oh,
to 10.
there was a
by
Kirin
how
in the
much
game
I'd like
too.
to see them reappear in mainline Monster Hunter, even if I don't believe that that's ever going to happen. We got some good ones today. Online's got that good old-fashioned Monster Hunter blend of absurd, badass, and grounded, all packed in a pretty small ensemble of original monsters, and yet I'd say they cover a lot of the major bases that you come to expect with the creature design in this game. We actually have way more monster variations to cover, which, as always, will be covered in the back chunk of this video. So, without further ado, we have some monsters to document and discuss. Let's get going.
Oh, that's Australian. I remember now. He got like a gimmick with those like bugs. Like he was like some sort of Sinogre.
Caesarbur.
You could say that.
That's an Arthurus looking guy.
This is his theme playing.
Right off the bat, a beaver's a pretty
A beaver that has a
monster
theme
hunter
song.
monster. Though
Technically, he has
a
two.
bit
This is the theme he has when he's in range.
Caesarbur is kinda just a big beaver. I say kind of. Caesarbur is a bit more.
I
built for
see Eleven
combat
Say
and
Tooth for
aggression than the typically
for
more
Bambaro there.
mild-mannered semi-aquatic rodents we see in real life. Caesarbur is a fanged beast the size of a car with massive tree-chopping teeth.
You don't
long,
necessarily
razor-sharp
have to
claws, a flat,
take
heavy
big
tail,
tree
and a fair amount of heft to it.
from
All effective weapons
previous
it uses in
wyvern,
gathering
or
wood,
previous
food,
wyvern,
and
previous
defending its
monster.
territory. Like beavers, Caesarbur constructs dams within lakes and rivers using downed trees, and he's typically found within dense forests that have bodies of water nearby. Like beavers, Caesarbur is semi-aquatic, able to be seen fleeing certain areas via leaping into water when it's accessible.
He can roly-poly.
As far as I'm aware, there's no visual for a Caesarbur dam or lodge in Monster Hunter Online, which that's kind of unfortunate. I'd love to
that's
see
unfortunate.
one. Would Caesarbur dam up larger rivers with the larger trees it can knock down and carry? How big do those dams get? What kind of animals is he trying to protect himself from with said dam? There's a couple of cool questions you could ask due to the
cool.
massive size increase between a typical beaver and a Caesarbur. Combat-wise, I'd say Caesarbur is most comparable to a Congalala, while still having a solid amount of unique animations to
I
call
do
its own.
see
It
some
does a lot
parts
the
of Volvidon,
same things,
though.
but in somewhat different ways.
This
Caesarbur
came
is
out
mainly
before
looking to
Volvidon.
crush you to death.
Really?
He puts his full weight into a lot of his attacks.
It came
He's
before
got barrel
Part 3?
rolls, body slams, and
be-
forward-facing dives.
I
My
believe
absolute
so?
favorite
Hold
attack
on.
of his is when he does a handstand following up with a forward roll. He's also got Congalala's claw swipe. He's got a bit of
Because I
damage from
think
range,
Volvidon
though he
was
lacks any
around for
elemental
Season 3.
projectiles. His large flat tail and forelimbs are each strong enough to rip up the earth and launch large clumps of mud. And I noticed that he often likes to fire off mud in both of these attacks back to back. And if he needs to,
Well, this
he
came
can
out
pull up
in-
entire tree trunks out of the ground.
Yeah, this
to
came
swing
out in
around as a weapon.
2013. I'm
He
wrong.
can pretty easily
See?
knock himself off balance due to the sheer force of the log swinging around. It's not the deepest move pool, but I think that can be forgiven for entry-level monsters. And for what it's worth, Caesarbur has a lot of attacks and animations that he does call his own. In terms of his design, I really like him. He's super simple, grounded,
Yeah.
and easy to figure out. He's clearly a beaver, reimagined to fit the monkey skeleton for the fanged beasts, thus making him a lot leaner and more muscular and having much longer limbs in relative proportion to his body than a actual beaver
Yeah,
would
he
have.
feels
I
like
think
it
it's
fits
pretty
with the
cool to see
fanged
the
beast
skeleton
like
reinterpreted for new
family,
types of
really.
animals. And a beaver is a pretty creative choice that's executed kind of well. He's got a good amount of color in him too, which helps him pop out a little bit more, with none of the colors being too vibrant so they don't clash a ton. I like the yellow streaks in the fur, which brighten up his main body a little bit, and that kind of blue-purple tint on his hands, feet, belly, crest, and tail prevent those chunks of his body from just being like a dull, lifeless gray.
Yeah,
Those
it
little
really
bits of
feels like
beige on
alive.
his tail spikes, crest and belly and claw spikes, those are nice touch too. Just kind of lets those bits pop. There's a fair bit to the design here without him feeling busy or overcomplicated. It's simple and has a bit of its own flair, and I think he looks pretty good. I like this guy. I think his design and some of his unique animations are my favorite things about him. He's
Yeah,
not
he has like a
terribly
right mix
complex
of
in terms his
goofy
ecology,
and
design, or
realistic.
combat. I do like the occasional super grounded, super realistic monster hunter monster that could, feasibly be a real animal. I could
Punish
totally
draw.
see Caesarbur being an animal that walked on this planet at some point, minus the handstand rolling and the tree swinging. That's definitely the Monster Hunter influence. It's pretty cool to see the traditionally monkey-oriented body type repurposed for a gigantic
Wait,
rodent.
monkey?
It's a shame
No,
Caesar's
that's
probably
Fang
gone for good,
Beast.
'cause I'd
That is
love to
like
see one just
taking
kinda
like elements from
passively carrying logs
either
around,
like Bobidon or like
knocking down
Gombi.
trees, maybe
Look at
creating a
these,
big
yeah,
dam
look at
somewhere,
proportions.
especially as these Monster Hunter games are starting to get a little bit more
No,
ecologically
Hanta,
inclined.
look at the.
The
This
only
is the.
thing I can
This
really
is
say
the skeleton
against him
for
is that he might just be a
Kangalala
shred
and Langonga.
too simple.
Look at how he moves.
looks
Ah,
like a
wait.
beaver, he does
His
things
stance.
like a beaver,
Okay.
has beaver
Okay, I
ecology.
see it.
And, you know,
But
that's kind of it.
yeah,
I'm gonna give good
something
old
about
Caesar
him
Bird
reminds
8
me of
for how much I'd
Boybidon
like to see him in
somehow.
mainline Monster Hunter.
Because it's a big non-monkey. It's a big, bulky, non-monkey fanged beast.
Okay, yeah.
Freymine.
Okay, that's a wyvern that seems kind of like... It's looking like a Gypsaros. Yeah, it reminds me of Gypsaros a little bit.
I like this thing compared to Gypsaros.
Anything is more tolerable than Gypsaros.
So, Gypsaros is far, far, far
Fuck that
from
guy.
being the most beloved
Beer
monster
beaver.
in
Hi,
Monster
Mr. Monkey.
Hunter's bestiary. So, how does his violence-craving explodey cousin from online pan out? Oddly enough, I like this one too. Freymine is a desert-dwelling psycho of a bird wyvern, sporting a more heavily armored body, a striking red head of hair, weaker wings, and much more powerful legs. He lacks his more famous
I see
rubbery,
the
electricity-resilient hide, blinding
I
head
see the
crush,
legs.
ability to steal items, proclivity towards playing possum, strong wings, and poison-producing organs. However, he compensates.
That sounds
for
like
these
Emilio's.
with a much more physically powerful body, a louder and more ear-piercing cry, and a projectile weapon of his own. That
No,
being
regular
an
Gypsaros
explosive
can steal
mucus
items.
He can spit up in
Oh,
great
that's right, he came
quantities,
first.
and in a variety of methods. He does get to keep the elasticy tail, though. The explosive thunder oil, as the mucus is called, is
Thunder
Freymine's
oil?
most potent and commonly utilized
Okay,
weapon.
you got my
It is
interest.
incredibly lethal, highly volatile,
Whoa!
and easily manipulatable. Freymine
Whoa,
can
I
spit
saw
up
that.
globs of this mucus in several spread out shots, fire it off while running, follow up spinning physical attacks by arcing the mucus into the air, and cough it up into the sand beneath his and your feet, causing subterranean detonations.
Okay, that's
He can
sick.
beat his wings in order to create wind currents that can push the mucus across the sand. Some property of the thunder oil causes it to detonate almost immediately on contact with sand, and it seems he can also detonate it by screeching. So this stuff is enormously unstable and can burst with even the slightest stimuli. His bite can even
I
have
do
a bit of an
wonder
explosive
if you
kick to
head
it.
break in the right
Fight-wise,
moment,
this is
he
where
will
he
topple
differentiates from
because of the
Gypsaros the
volatility
most.
of that
The
oil.
two share a lot of physical attack. So Gypsaros's flying hops, elastic tail sweeps and smacks, his bite attacks, and his charges are here. The big changes are the elemental powers being put on display, and the attacks through which they are expelled. And personally, though this again does not look to be the most complex duel out there, I think Freymine is a pretty neat take on a Gypsaros relative. And of course, I think he can be forgiven for not having the deepest move pool as an early game monster.
Freaking
And
Dolpango.
for an early level monster, his damage output seems pretty decent. Design-wise, I also think Freymine is a considerable step up from Gypsaros. He's still pretty silly looking, but is also considerably more menacing.
I mean,
I find it pretty interesting that
one
his
thing
shell
I
seems to
like
have a
about that
color and
design,
texture
look at it. It just feels like it was adapted to actually live on the desert. The coloration, the lack of colors a little bit, the rugged legs. It's really
reminiscent
like
of-
it does feel like this guy was like adapted for like the desert life. I like the detail.
wyverns. Hard to say, but I wonder if that's perhaps some form of visual defense acquired through years of evolution. That, you know, perhaps Freymine evolved to look a little bit more like Diablos and Monoblos to spook potential threats
That is
don't
interesting.
Look too closely at him. That's at least a kind of a neat idea. It looks like earthy battle armor built on top of his fleshy blue hide that you see on the typical Gypsaros. I really like the bright red shock of fur that sticks out nicely from his otherwise desaturated colors, and his brow shape and blood red eyes give him this kind
Oh, I understand why he has fur. It's like I think, wait, why does he have fur? But I think that is for like humidity to like go in. It's like, oh no, cooling system. Like I know that some fur is used for cooling, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that is very, very okay. That is very, very smart. I love that they actually included that in the design.
And a permanent look of rage on his face. He looks like a properly ruthless and violent animal, while still maintaining a lot of the quirkiness that I really like about bird wyverns. Same with the combat. I think this is a design that takes the Gypsyros template and pushes it in a pretty neat direction. I'd say I'm so far a fan of this desert-dwelling barbarian bird. I think he looks much more interesting, fundamentally cooler, and considerably less annoying than Gypsyros. It's a shame that of the two, this is the one we probably won't be seeing ever again. I like the idea of monsters having relatives, and I think this is a pretty good one. I'll give him a 7 for wanting to see him again.
Oh, you had arts here in one line too. I saw like a really running like the great sword on the ground.
Yeah, there's arts.
Sick. I like him too.
Bailiday.
Whoa, Carapacion. Okay, what makes you different? Oh, freaking best points.
Gotta say, this is probably my favorite looking of the Carapacians. Bailiday is indeed of the same monster category as the crustacean-like Hermitar and Cenotar, but has a design much more akin to that of a spider. And the spider similarities don't just stop at the design, as Bailiday is a creature capable of producing a movement-impeding silk. Much like Caesarbur reinterpreted the typical monster skeleton with a rodent, Bailiday injects some arachnid DNA into this crab-dominated category. Though to be fair, Bailiday was likely in development before the spider-inspired Temnoceran classification was introduced in Monster Hunter 4.
Okay, so he precedes Temnocerans. Interesting. I thought that, okay, that's really interesting.
Has an immediately captivating design, most notably for his bizarrely developed abdomen.
Yeah, look at that, he's pulsing.
The skull of a much larger monster. An adaptation most certainly developed with the purpose of striking fear into predators and competitors. Bailiday himself is a rather successful hunter.
Oh, there's two.
He dominates caves and caverns within heavily forested areas, preferring to stick to the enclosed spaces where he has more mobility. He can pretty easily pick off any and all herbivores who wander into his den and can go blow for blow with several monsters of his size. Though he is by no means an apex predator at the top of the forest food chain, he has his own niche carved out where he's a successful and ominous hunter.
Oh, I see how that silk works now.
I think the fight leaves a little to be desired. Caesarbur and Cremine also didn't have the deepest movesets, but I think they had a bit more personality to them. Bailiday uses his large claws for a lot of his attacks, and most of his claw attacks are just right on in front of him. He has a forward-facing claw slam and a forward-facing claw lunge. He does have a pretty cool punch walk type of attack where he slams one claw after the other into the ground, right in.
Wait, that's Bracky. The traps? When he punches down the... Okay, look, he has like traps, technically. He punches the ground. It's the Temnoceran Brachydios.
Hanta.
Yes?
There's no explosions.
Yeah, but look, it leaves patches on the ground when he punches the claws on the ground.
Are you gonna say that whenever a monster does that?
No.
Don't say no like that.
It's like, look, you saw the animation too. It's like he punched the ground and he left a patch of some element there. Like in this case with silk. That seems like, wait, that's Brachydios. Like, like that's my brain right now.
I don't think he left the patch.
Whoa, that is sick. Look at the broken back shell. You can see the exposed pupa? How did I call it? Like, I don't know.
It is technically muscle.
Okay, look at the exposed muscle. Like, Jesus, that's gory. I like it.
If you keep out of direct line of sight, you're gonna do pretty well for yourself against him. I'm kind of shocked he doesn't really incorporate his
also, Hunter, I don't think he put down silk when he punched. I think he had... There's just so much silk on the screen that it made it look as such.
The coolest stuff he can do is with his webs. The best attack he has by far is where he can swing from the cavern's ceiling with his silk.
Oh, that That is
lunging
sick.
towards you. Though, you know, as cool as that is, this too is a forward-facing claw attack. It's just a lot fancier. The neatest thing that he has is the movement inhibiting properties of his silk attacks. You get hit by these little web traps that he lays on the ground, then your movement speed is cut in half.
I like that visual. Look at that.
This is a mechanic I believe wholly unique to this game, and movement manipulation in general is not super duper common in Monster Hunter, so I think
that is
a
true.
really neat debuff.
Freaking Bullfango.
Love the design. I think that's...
Look at that. Look at that skull-like shell. Like, and despite... Okay, I see the thread display with this, and that face. Yeah, design-wise, it really is cool, but I kind of see the problems with the fight itself too.
Yeah, the fight would probably be updated, but the design itself is fine.
It's really, really cool.
Absolutely the high point of Beladay. He's nice and freaky looking. Your eyes are immediately drawn to that big false monster skull jutting out of his back. I really like the concept of animals having an aspect of their biology built to make them look like a bigger, scarier animal than they actually are. I mean,
there's some insects in real life that also, like, with the design of their wings, kind of, mostly insects that with wings, they have like a specific design that kind of like...
It's not just invertebrates that have it. There are other monsters that puff themselves up and look like they are bigger than they are.
When enraged, the abdomen will swell with blood, causing the false eyes to glow
This
red.
is a
the
thing,
fact that a
Hanta.
creature's abdomen would grow so precisely that a skull-like formation manifested with fake horns and fake fangs and fake eyes. That's a little bit
really
out there,
sick.
but yeah, sure. I like it. It's really fun. It's a real-world concept taking to a Monster Hunter extreme. It's pretty great. Rest of him's pretty great looking too. He's got this neat, creepy spider face with his beady little green eyes and giant buck teeth fangs. I'm a big fan of the attack and defense design of his claws. From straight on, they look nice and big and broad, very shield-like, and from the bottom you can get a look at these dagger-like blades coming out of them. And to wrap things up here, the color scheme is pretty great too. He's got a lot of bone coloration and texture for his face, his claws, and the front parts of his abdomen,
the texture
which kinda
looks really
sells the
nice.
concept
Look at
of him
that.
carrying around a monster skull on his back. And as you go towards the back of the body, that color gives way to this mix of dark blues and reds and greens and grays, which look quite nice with the orange highlights on the
how the armor of this guy looks.
Beladay is a
No armor will be
concept
shown
that
in
I
these
love,
videos,
attached to a
unfortunately.
monster that
Oh, come on.
and
Fine.
I really want
That's
to
a
level
shame.
for. There's a subspecies that I haven't seen gameplay for yet, as of writing this chunk of the script, who may be able to impress me, but the core Beladay has a fight that is just a tad too basic. It's very straightforward, very predictable looking, and doesn't capitalize on the massive abdomen, shield-like aspect of the claws, the mandibles, or skiddery mobility that the crab skeleton allows for. I definitely still do appreciate the unique debuff, though. I do really like the design, but I think I'd really want to see more from him. As it stands, I think I'd give Beladay a 7 for how much I'd like to see him in mainline Monster Hunter.
Yeah, he's slow. I mean, he's nice to look at. Also, the theme is really good. That's his personal team, right?
Yeah.
Whoa! What was that? Wait. Oh god, ad. Hold on a second.
Wait, for Lytena? Did you hit Lytena yet or no?
Wait, what?
Oh, you're at an ad. Oh.
Yeah. What is this? Lighten. Oh, there it is. Is this the guy, right?
This is the guy.
Okay, just by looking at that skeleton. Good god, that's amazing. Okay, the theme rocks. That skeleton looks sick.
I really want this guy back.
Look at that.
Even over at Tencent, the lightning monsters are treated really good. Going into making this video, Lytena was probably my favorite monster in Online's core roster of
I can see
creations,
why.
And after seeing how this bad boy fights and understanding what he can do, yeah, that top spot's gonna be even harder to take.
Yeah,
Lytena
look at
is
that. Was that a laser bolt?
Golden beetle
Mhm.
who can
Holy
generate
shit.
via the rapid
He's a rail
movements of its
cannon.
wings. Electricity courses through its body with
Speaking of rail cannon, do you know that Pokemon that actually is kind of like a rail cannon too?
towards his abdomen.
That guy wishes he
Oh.
was here. That guy wishes he was him.
Lytena's moveset is where this
A
monster really
Alolan Golem?
shines.
No. It was an insect. Bolt cannon or
Lytena's light
something.
can be seen for over 70
Vikavolt?
Ah, yeah, that
kilometers.
guy.
Of electrical strength
That
should
guy
tell
wishes
you
he was
just
him.
how dangerous these bugs can be. Most of Lytena's lightning attacks are positively charged, and when they hit you, your lightning resistance decreases and your stamina usage increases. When you are
Oh, I
inflicted
see that.
with a positive charge, these negatively charged electrospheres that Lytena produces will be pulled towards you, and should you be inflicted with both charges, you will be paralyzed. This can work the other way, with you being negatively charged, then positively charged, then paralyzed, but from what I've seen, it's much easier and more common
Oh, there
for
it
you to
is.
be positively charged initially, and then struck with a negative charge attack.
Jesus, look at
The
him.
problem is that Lytena's positively charged attacks are a bit brighter blue, and his negative attacks are a deeper, darker purple in coloration. And unlike a lot of our previous entries, Lytena's packing a pretty sizable arsenal of attacks. Sometimes he fires off his electricity in short-range
Boom.
bursts with large areas of effect. At other times, he shoots off fast-moving, long-distance pinpoint beams of electricity at you.
That is, I
Other
think
times,
I like that
he
attack,
has
the
hordes of
beam.
lightning sweeping it at you, or charging straight into you with it with breakneck speed. There is no range at which Lytena doesn't have an option. He can keep
Yeah,
you out
long
and
range,
punish you for
short
getting
range,
in. He can conjure
AoE.
a full body-encompassing shockwave of electrical energy, and when he deploys his negative charge orbs, he fires off several at a time, making it much harder for you to effectively dodge them. He's definitely the biggest threat we've seen so far. Fast, strong, persistent, accurate, and his bag of tricks is pretty deep. The fight looks like a really good challenge, and for once, it's the monster who has a resource management puzzle it must utilize to try and make you weaker and create weak points in your defenses.
You know what? He
More
makes a
often
good
than
point
not,
there.
It's the hunter trying to exploit a monster's special weaknesses and mechanics to try and gain an advantage.
What,
But
the
here,
clipping
the
or
role
the
is reversed.
meandering in the air?
This plays pretty
No,
well with
I
some of
mean the
what's
fact
Hunter
that
unlocks with
Lytena
AI
really is working
aspects.
with two
There'll be a
resources
countdown timer for
to
how
actually
long you
like
will keep a
inflict you
debuff on
something.
you, and having that knowledge
Oh,
helps
yeah.
inform you how long you have to be careful
I
about
know
different
you're
charges,
like
giving
you
a
need
timeline
every
where you should be
frontier
defensive
monster
and evasive
back.
so as not to grant
I know
Lytena the
that's you.
paralysis it wants to land
If
on
I don't
you.
get
If
anything
there's
else back, I
any
need
issue
this.
with this battle, it's that
This is what I
Lytena
need back.
spends a
This is really
bit
nice.
of time meandering about in the air, where the only accessible parts of his body for most melee weapons to be attacked are going to be his two little scrawny
This is
legs.
probably my
That,
favorite
there's
thing
a
that
bit
I've
of clipping
seen
into the
from
floor. In terms of the design,
Oh,
Lytena looks
online.
pretty excellent. His shape is
Not only
simple,
online, but
that
even
being
Frontier.
of a massive
Wow.
horned
This
beetle
is
with a
my
sleek body
favorite
shape
thing
and
I've
thick
seen in the
armored
spin-offs.
legs. His shell is
I
colored a
really want
beautiful
this
blue
back.
that is
Yeah,
darker
I want to
closer
see
the
how the
body
armor of
and
this thing
brighter the further
is.
it is out from the shell. Extremities like the tips of
Unfortunately,
his horns are
I don't know,
dazzling
and
electric
no armor
blue.
sets will
This
be shown in
blue
this
on his
video.
shell is blended with
Aw.
a nice dark gold color
Oh,
on
the
the
horse can
underside
be
of his
broken, of
legs
course.
and torso. The colors complement each other incredibly. His wings are a spectacle all their own, glowing a brilliant blue and turning a deep violet towards the ends. Now this is some really good stuff. Lytena has some unique interactions with the lightning element, a beautiful design, and a pretty great
Oh, you can double him just like Celtis.
to deal with in a really good way.
Mhm.
I'm pretty damn impressed. I think Lytena is going to get a nice, strong 10 out of 10 for how
Yeah,
much I like to see him.
I agree.
Like, pretty much everything about him quite a bit.
It's like I need this back. I need him.
Yeah, now that's a really nice Democeran, really.
That's in the Neopteran.
Oh,
Democeran for
Neopteran.
spiders.
Oh, sorry.
Koyaku.
Oh, that? Okay, yeah, I can see the resemblance to another guy. I mean, okay, surprise me.
Or, as you will see most commonly in YouTube videos and on the Monster Hunter Wiki, the Disaster Wyvern. This guy
That's his
never
name?
properly got a romanized name, whereas the
Oh.
other online monsters did, so his official title is what became his English name, that being Disaster Wyvern. However, his untranslated name is indeed Koyaku, and
You know what?
is
That
we'll
sounds
be
better.
calling him for the bulk of this video. So with that out of the way, wow, this is a weird looking monster. Monster
It
Hunter Online's
reminds me
original
of a
Brute
sand
Wyvern has
whale
officially
or
ousted
something.
Frontier's
No,
Gasuri
okay.
Gazora as the single oddest
Okay,
thing I
okay,
have
yeah.
ever seen on this
Yeah,
video.
okay. I was gonna say something like this. You know Gasura Basura, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I was saying like, wait. Okay, I was gonna say Branchidius, but yeah, Brute Wyvern-esque, but yeah, it's kind of weird how like the proportion-esque is like the tail, kind of, yeah, the tail kind of, I mean, exaggerated in the case of Gasura Basura, and the claws.
And I'm having a lot of trouble telling if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I do like my weirdo monsters, but this chicken leg walking, thunder thigh having, fishtail swinging prehistoric trigonometry lesson is quite the distinct.
I do like the charge.
Koyaku is relentless and brutal.
Whoa, steam! Hey!
He might be the fastest, most agile brute wyvern out there, and he's got quite
I can
a
quite
few
see
tools
why.
at his disposal. First off, his horn and arm blade shell things are very large and ridiculously sharp. Each one can be a lethal weapon that can puncture a hole nice and clean through armor and the person inside said armor.
It
Second of all,
reminds
the
me
heat
of
Koyaku
like
produces
Black
can
Diablos
generate
is like,
massive bursts of steam.
yeah,
These
there it
steam
is.
so powerful that they can propel Koyaku in different directions, granting him excellent attack speed, evasive capabilities, and momentum. An enraged Koyaku will be rocketing across the battlefield in and out of range of hunter attacks, only to come crashing down at full force onto a hunter that's only barely keeping up.
Yeah, look at the
inside
gas
Koyaku's
leak.
sleeve is effectively a combination of the other two abilities.
I
He
mean,
brings
I
the
wouldn't
tips
call
of his
that much
blades and
steam a
horns
gas
together
leak, but I
and
see what you're
rockets
saying.
No,
forward,
there's,
turning
okay, I
himself
see,
into
there
an
is a steam
unstoppable
and there is like
death
the green
machine.
one.
He can charge several times in a row, and despite this
The
seeming
what?
blindness,
Okay, so when he
these
does the tail
charges
swipe,
can track
I saw the
pretty
steam
easily.
go
Sheer
become like
overwhelming power is the name of the
greenish
game.
or
It
like
doesn't
orange
help that
like.
Koyaku can inflict
I think
water
that
blight,
was
which of
dust he
course
was
slows
kicking up
stamina
Hanta.
recovery,
Oh.
making evading Koyaku's constant assault much more taxing. His fight is super physical, and though that can often result in a fight that's not too eye-catching, his trademark charges and steam jets add a level
No,
of
it's like,
complex
I
attacks
kinda
that allow
like
him to
this.
fight and move in a way that most
Yeah,
other
it's-
monsters can't.
when you see
His
it in motion,
triangular
it's pretty
rush
alright.
is easily his most famous attack, but he also has access to tail spins, big
Like,
haymaker
when you
punches,
see it at first, like,
slams,
okay, his
steam
design
back
is like,
rocket jumps, and
what am I looking
lunges,
at? But when you
and
see him in
really
action, he's like,
cool
oh, it
attack
clicks.
that's kind of like a shield
Yeah.
rush where he jets forward and slams into with one of the
Oh, he
flattest
has a
of his
hip
arm
check.
blades. The fight looks like a lot of fun. The difficulty spike in these original monsters is starting to show itself loud and clear. Koyaku looks like a really good challenge, a proper test of reflexes, positioning, timing, and patience.
It's like I am fighting both a
Looking at his
Tigrex and a
design through the
Diablos,
lens of
and in a good
actually
way,
watching him
mixed with a Brute
fight,
Wyvern
I
skeleton.
still think there's
I
some
think
proportion
I know what
issues
you're
going
saying.
on here, but I
Yeah, it's
also
like the
think
steam.
this
Okay,
render
never mind.
does
It
him
reminds me of like
really dirty. I've known about
Bloodbath,
this guy for a good
but
long
not
while
exactly.
and thought he looked just terrible for a while. Something about his pose or angle really exacerbates design issues that
No,
I
no,
don't
it's
find
perfect.
as
Look at him. It's like
when
when he
watching
just
him
charges,
fight.
it just
The
makes
legs
sense.
still seem a little
It
scrawny,
evolved
and the
to
tail's a
actually
bit
use
thick,
that charge to
taking
actually
time to get
deal
a
with like
good look at him
prey
alleviates
or
some
like
of my less
or opponents. It
enthusiastic
makes
first
sense.
impressions. His arm shell blade covered things look much sleeker, cooler, and more impressive on the outside than they do on the inside. And the main render oddly decides to show you the inside of both. You don't often see them like this. In game, you get what the design is going for. They're sharp, strong, aerodynamic. I also like the more chitinous insectoid exoskeleton texture he's got going on. It's a pretty distinct texture compared to that of other brute wyverns. I really like the small, beady yellow eyes that make Koyaku look like he's never known any emotion besides unfettered rage. However, I still don't like the legs. Though not as stumpy as I thought, they're way too skinny. And although
I don't think
do
that's
like
the
look of
tension
the
here,
tail as
but
its own thing, it lacks the chitinous sheen of the torso, and the almost fish fin looking texture on the spikes make it look like it belongs to an aquatic creature.
Look, it's top
I think
heavy.
the look
I just see
kinda
he's top
doesn't
heavy.
match up with the upper half of the body. There's a bit of a design inconsistency. Oh, and the green with red highlights is a good look. It reminds me of Deviljho, which I always enjoy.
Wait, that was a
So,
delayed
Oyaku,
telecut?
Disaster Wyvern. He's a weird one, but he's got a lot of merit. There's some design elements that would need fixing for me to really love him.
I think his cat got it.
Looks excellent, and he's got a lot going for him that sets him apart super well from other brute wyverns. Of the monsters I've covered, I think he's got my favorite looking fight out of all of them. Hard to tell, I haven't actually...
no, Lytena has a better spectacle fight, I guess.
See, this is why I love making these videos. And why
I mean, this is cool and all, but I prefer the bug.
Expecting to find some really cool ideas in a treasure trove of bloated mechanics and weirdos, and I fell in love with, I think, like 90% of that game's roster. Likewise, I entered this video prepped and ready to mock Koyaku up and down for being a big, stupid-looking gremlin dinosaur with triangles glued to his hands, but after actually seeing him, I was kind of wrong. I realize more and more that it sucks ass that these monsters are probably lost media. Koyaku's gonna get a 9 for how much I'd like to fight him. How's that for a redemption story?
Yeah, that charge. Now that I realize, it would be really cool to dunk him in mid-charge. Nice theme.
Slice Margle.
Whoa! Okay. Okay, so that's the monkey skeleton.
We began this list with a beaver modeled after Kongolala, and we continue on with a wolf modeled after Rajang. And we also now go from one of Monster Hunter's goofiest designs to goofiest names. Slice Margle is an imposing fanged beast modeled heavily after a wolf, yet utilizing the general frame, stance, and posture of Rajang. Strange that they use the skeleton for a wolf monster when Frontier's Kamu and Nono Orugaron aren't online, though perhaps they were added in after Slice Margle? I'm not certain.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
In case, that would make a lot more sense. Slice Margle is an incredibly powerful predator who dwells within cold and mountainous regions. Strangely enough,
he leaves his
high
fights.
placement on the food chain, and the likely scarcity of prey in this habitat, Slice Margle is a bit of a picky hunter. He's been sighted in harmony with large herbivores like Popo and Enteka, going so far as to even protect them from other large predators.
Really?
His preferred prey are creatures he seems to deem as worthy challenges. Other large predators like Kezu and Ice Cremine are far more up his alley, and humans don't seem to be exempt from his list of targets.
Oh.
A predator among predators is a pretty interesting niche, honestly. He isn't competing for the same food as many of the other monsters near his caliber of strength, and the large herbivores Slice Margle guards likely serve as excellent bait for the predators Slice Margle desires to hunt and eat.
I was gonna say that. It's like, yeah, I think this guy realized that, oh, so many monsters do like eating Popo a lot, so I'm gonna go protect, quotation mark, this herd, so when my meat or my food comes in, I have like a... I can find my meal easier without moving that much.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense.
He's got a pretty unique personality that lets him stand out from a lot of the other hyper-aggressive monsters out there. I think he's carved out a pretty cool little niche for himself. Alongside his raw strength and speed, the strongest weapons in Slice Margle's arsenal are the numerous bladed spikes jutting out of his arms and back. These spikes are ejectable and very easy for Slice Margle to regenerate. Even if his
that's bleed.
are wounded, these broken spikes will reconstitute over the course of the battle, making Slice Margle one of very few monsters across the entire series capable of repairing damaged body parts. These parts can only be broken when enraged, and although they will eventually reconstitute themselves, shattering these spikes will buy you some time where they cannot be fired from his broken body parts.
Is this where they took part of Nergigantes? This this okay, that regeneration thing reminds me a lot of Nergi. What do you say? Animal Man?
I'm here. I just had to mute for a second.
Oh. Yeah, but going back to this, like that regeneration and spikes, like it's like yeah, it's like it seems kind of like Nergigante, only that Nergi cannot fully regenerate his broken parts. Huh.
And the benefit to this is that making contact with these ejected spikes will inflict the stabbed status. As cool as that sounds, the stabbed status isn't really that bad. It works almost the exact same as Sir Regios's bleed status, yet somehow seems to do even less damage.
Oh.
I noticed that a lot of his basic physical attacks, particularly when he's enraged, are very similar to Rajang's physical attacks, but with follow-ups that Rajang doesn't have, which is pretty cool. At least the mainline Rajang. I haven't watched the online Rajang fight. For example, when Slice Margle does these side-to-side hops, he'll end it with a turnaround, which Rajang doesn't do. When he does Rajang's diving punch, he'll come out of it with a roll into another punch. And when he does Rajang's spin attack, he combos it into a leap that slams back down hard.
Okay, that one is really nice to see.
Frontier's Huchikiki.
Yes, I was gonna talk about this guy too. Hukijiki also leaves spikes in the ground after that's doing leaps. That also cause like bleed, but sometimes Hukijiki's spikes come with another element. Sometimes I think it can paralyze you. You touch those spikes. It's really
Hukijiki's weird. I honestly, as much as I like his design, I don't like how strange his spikes get. I'd rather they deal bleed. I'd rather they deal bleed. Not gonna lie.
I mean, look, you could say that the spikes have like some sort of like venom that paralyzes. I mean,
like I understand how it works, but at the same time, it's like yeah, he doesn't need this. This is unnecessary. I get it, but it's unnecessary.
I personally like it.
I mean, have you fought it?
Yes, I fought the Scenius one.
It's probably like I get it. I don't know. From an outsider's perspective, it's like, yeah.
I mean, if you roll forward towards him and you know where he's gonna land, you can actually like.
It's not about where. No, Hanta, pause the video, because you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that whether or not I get hit by the spikes is an issue. What I'm saying is, in terms of mechanics, terms of mechanics, the fight does not need any additional help outside of the spikes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel it's too extra.
It is a little extra.
Chunk of animations from an established monster, and
I'd rather he deal bleed than other things.
Fresh. And the spike traps and spike shots add an extra level of flair to some of these moves he borrowed from Rajang.
But yeah, the combination of the moves between like reworking the Rajang's moveset for a Lupine-esque beast.
They were smart.
It was really smart.
I definitely prefer him from the side as opposed to straight on. I think this more canine facial structure can look a little odd on a body frame built for primates.
Not really. Not really. It just looks sick.
Certain angles. He definitely looks kind of weird on two legs as well, that's for sure. His spikes, I'm a bit
some angles don't do him
hand,
justice, I will say.
Bone coloration is pretty cool, and I kind of like the shape of his spikes, but they look way
in motion he looks pretty alright, but
than they do when fired off in his attacks. And more than a lot of other monsters who have armor on their forelimbs, he really looks like he's wearing just spiky gauntlets. Also, this really tall poof of fur he's got going on and the massive crest coming off of his head look goofy.
Yeah, that's actually looks kind of goofy.
His color scheme is pretty great though. I really like the long white fur with the black tiger stripe pattern, and the dark blue spikes stand out pretty nicely against the otherwise almost exclusively black and white color palette. Yeah, this design is a little bit of a toss-up for me. I really like it at certain angles, I don't like it at others, and like Caesarbur, I do like this concept of taking the monkey skeleton and branching it out to completely different types of mammals. Slice Margle's a monster with a lot of give and take to him. I think he's got a pretty unique personality and niche. I'd love to see his behaviors played out in a Monster Hunter title that has a more ecological focus. His design works for me more than it doesn't, but there are aspects that I really don't enjoy. His fight has a lot of borrowed animations, but with follow-ups and properties that keep them somewhat fresh. I think
the combination of the spikes with the updated Rajang moveset actually is enough.
I'll give him, I think, a high 6 for how much I'd like to see him in mainline Monster Hunter.
I'd prefer Hujikiki.
I mean, yes, that too. I mean, Hyuji is using like the very odd. I see like the fan white. Oh, this guy.
And we have now arrived at the flagship of Monster Hunter Online. The fiery, the beautiful, the rare, and the enigmatic Australian, the Star Wyvern. Australian makes quite the striking first impression, not too dissimilar from the typical Elder Dragon shape of Kushala Daora or Teostra, but greatly elongated and lacking in any wings. That is until a swarm of large, colorful insects known as star butterflies attach themselves to her hide, creating an elaborate set of winged armor for the creature. Fun fact, Australian is the only community-named monster, and from what I've read, some of the proposed names had a feminine lean to them, insinuating that Australian is female. Heck, one of her official titles is the Princess of Light and Darkness. Additionally, Australian is one of the 2 monsters categorized as a triple question mark, and much like her counterpart in this category, Gormagala, she is stated to be the juvenile form of an Elder Dragon. Unfortunately, due to Online's life cycle being cut short, we never got to know what this Elder Dragon was.
Yeah, that would be
Australian
nice
is quite the odd monster, deserving of her unknown classification. She is rarely seen, not particularly aggressive unless challenged, and dwells in rather remote parts of the world. Some so remote that they have yet to be found. Experts aren't sure that they know exactly where Australian's core territory is. Wherever they go, Australians seem to be towards the top of the pecking order, only challenged by the top-level monsters an ecosystem has at its disposal. Even stranger is her relationship with the star butterflies that stay close to her. These butterflies seem to generate their own fiery power, a power that Australian can manipulate and draw upon. They will follow her commands diligently, defending her, augmenting her strength, attacking designated targets, and even detonating in fiery bursts when flung at an enemy. It's unclear why this relationship exists, though there are numerous theories. It can take quite a lot to rile up an Australian. They're rather calm by nature, and their tendency to wander means they aren't super territorial, but those who do rile an Australian up seldom live to regret it. Okay, so I'm really rooting for Australian's 2 variations to do some really cool stuff, because Australian has a few neat things she can do, but man, I was whelmed watching this fight. Australian has 3 forms: her typical form, her armored form, and her winged form. And those first 2 don't seem to last very long and are almost kind of like borderline pointless. And it might be for the best, honestly, because she seems pretty slow in her core form.
Yeah, it's like there's not moving that much,
her
right?
attacks are purely physical. A few paw swipes and bite attack combos here and there, though her favorite weapon absolutely seems to be her incredibly long tail, whose range will be an issue for the entire fight if it isn't severed. When she takes enough damage, a very cool animation plays where her star butterflies assemble in crisscross patterns, surrounding her until forming blade-deflecting armor across her body.
That's cool.
This state reinforces many of her weak points and guards potentially breakable body parts. She's not particularly particularly fast here either, but can shoot off several star butterflies at the ground as explosive projectiles. Additionally, a swarm of butterflies will almost always stick by her. After very little time again, she'll swap to her winged form, and this is by far the coolest state that she has. It's signaled in by the very cool transformation sequence once again, and these glowing insect wing-like scales erupt all over her body, glowing with the flaming energy she's absorbed from the star butterflies. This is the mode worth talking about, and the fight here is fine, but I won't lie, I went in expecting more. She keeps her arsenal of physical attacks from her original state and adds on to the attack list with more spins, tail lunges into tail sweeps, as well as body slams, lunges, and charges. There is also the ever-present threat of her calling her swarming butterflies to home in on you and dive at you at high speed. For this attack, the damage of the exploding bugs sounds
the bugs
noteworthy,
actually
but I
kind
don't
of
think
bother
the
you there.
tracking is too precise, and they don't bombard you terribly fast. I rarely saw them hit their mark during the fights I watched. Honestly, the two biggest things you gotta watch out for are her tail and the sheer speed of her attack animations. Her tail is massive and probably her most used weapon. Severing it can reduce her difficulty quite a bit. Speaking of, what is interesting about Australian's fight is the special mechanics to her horn and tail breaks. These parts can only be damaged in her base form, and for her tail to be severed in her winged form, you must get the initial break in her unarmored state.
Yeah, I saw that topple there.
There is no way to cut the tail later on. When she's at low health, it is possible to knock her out of her winged form back to her base to restart the cycle. However, according to one of the content creators I was watching, you can only get that first tail break and the horn break the first time she's unarmored. Even if you knock her back to her first phase, you can't get those breaks. If that's true, that sounds like a mistake on the programming side of things, because that's a really weird choice. Yeah, man.
I mean,
there's the occasional cool attack here and there. The bug swarm is neat. The concept I really like. But with the base Australian at least, it feels like they got in the basic Elder Dragon physical attacks and started to conceptualize her shenanigans with her bugs and armored forms and projectiles, but ran out of time to fully formulate these parts of her. I was a little disappointed watching this fight. I had to watch the battle back like a couple of times just to remember what attacks she actually did. I haven't seen her two other forms yet.
Yeah,
as writing this,
I mean,
so
she's just lunging
and
lunging.
Now, the design on the other hand, I don't think I have any complaints. This is
that's true. That's
creature.
really nice.
She takes the traditional Elder Dragon skeleton and toys with it in her own way, ditching the conventional wings for a sleeker and longer body, neck, and tail.
Seems really regal.
Brown scales give her a nice imposing base color scheme and serve as a nice dark base for the brighter contrasting elements.
But if I want a more regal Elder Dragon, I will with one dorsal.
Orange scales and aren't overly long or awkward or overbearing. And I love the array of horns.
By the way, I'm here. I'm just watching.
Plentiful, the swept back alignment they share keeps the face from looking too messy. And her facial structure is very traditionally draconic, nice and intimidating and ferocious. There's a pretty cool blend of Eastern and Western dragons baked into her look that comes together really well. There's also this fiery substance moving and pulsing beneath her hide, which is visible through these translucent patterns on her torso, as if there's lava burning beneath the surface.
That is really nice.
Dragon. The armored form isn't too much to write home about. Very much the same dragon, but with a dark brown solid substance on her horns, claws, and tail. This one's probably her weakest design. I think it especially makes her horns look worse. The winged form is what we're really looking at here. Her render does a decent enough job on selling how cool she looks. This already sick-looking wingless dragon covered in scales comparable to those of insectoid wings is a pretty neat image on its own, but it's nothing compared to watching the actual creature in motion. These insect-like wing structures standing tall across her back, claws, and tail, all glowing and empowered by the flame burning at her core. From a distance, it looks like steady jets of fire erupting out of her back. But up close, you can see the intricate beauty of these wing-like structures. I think this is an exceptionally well-designed monster. I feel about Australian kind of the same way I felt about Beladay, only with each emotion magnified. I really love her conceptually. I adore the design. I think she has a very cool placement in the ecosystem. She has a few attacks that are kind of unique, but there's also a ton that are just simple. And the concept of Australian really does not seem wholly actualized here. What's worse is the probably lost potential of her final form. Considering her wingless body and clear Eastern Dragon inspiration, I get the feeling we maybe might have seen a final form based heavily on the serpentine dragons of Chinese mythology. Yeah, we've had a few big serpentine elder dragons.
Yeah, those are mostly
quite like the
Leviathan-esque.
wise and powerful beasts of Eastern folklore. That's just my speculation, could be complete and utter nonsense, but I totally could have seen that being the reality, and we may never know. I'm gonna rake Australian with Bela Day at a 7 out of 10 for wanting to see her again. I'm sure another pass of this flagship for online could have reaped some great rewards, and like I said, there's 2 more Australian to check out in a bit, so maybe she'll get the chance, but the regular incarnation of this mysterious dragon just
That dunk,
kinda
that Gracer
came
dunk is
up
really
a
nice.
little short.
I like the gongs. Before we go on, it's like I compared this with another like a bug-esque wielding elder dragon, and I think that Malsino, I cannot compare this to Malsino because Malsino is not using the box. It's more like I don't know how to compare it to symbiosis. Like this feels like symbiosis, but Malsino feels like parasitism.
That's complicated.
Yeah, I mean, Malsino was using the box. The Kiryu actually felt much more effective in a way. I mean, to be fair, I cannot compare them both enough. It's like they feel like completely different beasts.
They really are, to be honest.
Whoa! I was not expecting that shape.
I need this too.
Tartonis, look at that!
If I had a nickel for every time a single country exclusive Monster Hunter MMO had a reddish brown sand dwelling turtle monster that fired projectiles.
Oh yeah, in my case I want all the Baritrusu back. I don't like that third brother of the Cantor family. I really want that too. But this other guy really feels good too. Like look at that, it feels like a turtle-esque or is it tortoise?
It's a sea turtle.
Well, sea turtle.
Its back shell like cannonballs.
But a sand sea turtle.
Sand sea turtle.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. You know what else is weird? An elder dragon built like a sea turtle that can fly. If
it can fly?
Ever seen
it can fly.
Monster?
How? Okay, I'll see.
It was probably Tartaronus. This magnificent oddity is among the most wonderfully bad ideas that Monster Hunter has ever coughed up. Tartaronus
Look at that.
is an all-consuming monstrosity that terrorizes desert regions, hunting unchallenged.
Is that a Plesioth?
Pretty much everything. Unlucky
What?
enough to
That's a Plesioth. That's a Plesioth wing,
capable of
legs.
digging, damn near
Oh, it is,
swimming
huh?
through desert sands at high speeds, is a decent combatant on the ground, and when push comes to shove, he utilizes a massive amount of hot air created by his body to lift himself up into the air and maintain sustained flight.
Wow.
Broadsiding you with the spikes on its back and creating dust devil tornadoes by flapping his flippers.
Okay.
There's a few layers to it. For the most part, you'll be fighting him on the ground where he'll loom over the battlefield propped up on his 2 massive front flippers. Here, he's got a decent collection of moves, each with their own large windups, so you'll see what's coming, which is pretty necessary considering his massive hitboxes and damage.
Yeah,
He
I can see
lunge
that.
forwards, slam his body down, rush ahead on his flippers.
Dude, this feels
attacks with
more
the
like a
flippers, swing his
siege
tail in wide
monster.
arcs, and fire off several spikes from his back and artillery angles that you can
Like, I'm trying to compare this with Gem
Moran
in size-like.
massive monster, this grounded fight looks decent. The collection of
Kul'Taroth
moves
is more
solid,
accurate.
slow,
Oh.
and pretty easily readable, but the hurt boxes are also very vast. And as I said, the damage is significant. It's your typical gives and takes for a giant monster fight in this franchise. We've gotten to the point in modern Monster Hunter where the big fights on the ground are much better, but this looks like a fairly well-constructed middle point between the extremely passive massive monsters of the first and second generations and the destructive gods of the fourth and the fifth generations.
Yeah,
The
look
part
at
about this
that
fight
beautiful, beautiful
impressed me
thing.
the least was when he digs below ground. This portion of the duel looks like it's kind of meandering. It's of a similar vein to that of Ukalus's ice-breaking shark attack chase that it's feared for, where the massive back of Tartaronus emerges out of the sand and he'll pursue targets from underground. But it just kind of lacks any and all of the urgency and sense of terror created by Eukonlos' famous pursuit.
That is
There
true.
is a lot of just kind of plodding along here, made worse by the fact that online's quests only have a 30-minute time limit, and Tartaronus has
What?
a lot of health.
30
This
minutes?
would need to be made much more aggressive and heavily expedited if it were ever to be done again. Now, when this bad boy flies, that's what you're really here to see. And from what I've
Look
seen,
at
when
that.
Tartaronus takes to the skies, he is a bit more aggressive, has a little bit more room to move around.
Look
and
at
do some
that!
stuff. But he's also super tough to hit, and you're more or less just trying to bring him
Wait,
down
is he
as quick as possible.
Doing artillery from
I think
his
he looks
scales?
super cool up in the air.
That is
But
cool.
the combat here would definitely need some work if it were to ever be reinterpreted. The point of Tartaronus is that he's a gigantic flying sand turtle dragon, but you kinda need to
That's
take
a
him out
dust
of the
devil.
air as soon as possible. While he's up there, he's wreathed in a sand aura that can ensnare and entrap you. Flaps of his flippers can kick up long-lasting dust devils that can sweep you up into the air, and he can tilt himself on his axis a little bit and legitimately fire off a bombardment broadside of spikes at the ground like he's a
And
freaking
Basil Geese,
warship.
we call him the
This is
B-52.
wickedly awesome to be
Yeah.
and perhaps the most impressive display that online has to offer, but the game doesn't really have the tools to capitalize on it, encouraging you to end the fun pretty much as soon as it begins. I adore the concept and the visuals, but it looks like Tartaronus may have been a bit too ambitious. He also looks excellent. He's a gigantic
Yeah, that design
sea
looks
turtle
amazing.
with a draconic style to it. I don't know what else you could ask for, honestly. The shape of a sea turtle lends itself pretty well to a flying monster, actually.
If I
using
get
his
one
massive fins
Monster
and
Hunter
tail
Online
to steer
character,
himself around a little
I get
bit as he
Lytena.
swims through the sky.
If I can
It's
get two,
imposing and
You get
also
I want
Tartaronus.
him
kind
to.
of graceful
Yeah.
looking. His color scheme is fitting, if not terribly striking. He's got a reddish-brown color for his shell, with a light tan, nearly cream color for the highlights on his crest, spines, and flippers. It's perfectly fine and appealing looking for a desert monster. I do like the somewhat wing membrane-like texture off of some of his dorsal plates. I couldn't find anything definitive, but perhaps they are additional smaller fins that assist with tighter air control. I don't know. They open up a little bit more in the air, so I think
Yeah,
that
this
might
feels
be the
like a
case.
siege
And
fight.
in doing so, they make him look even larger and scarier when he's up in the air with all those spikes propped up back a little bit more. Pretty sick detail.
It does
Also,
feel like
serving
a
to make
siege
him look more
fight, but
intimidating are the
like I
twin
said, I
points
compare it
coming off
more
of the
to
chin and the
Kul'Taroth
brow. I don't
because
think he'd
he's
look
big,
nearly
but
as intimidating
you can at
without them.
least
With the exception of the snapping
move
and
around
hyperbay
him
species, turtles
like
are
a large
generally not
monster.
particularly
That's
scary
true.
looking, so these two massive spearheads
Also, that's
coming
how the
right
brave
for
broken
you,
fins
threatening
look.
to skewer you, are necessary additions in that extra fear factor that Tartaronus needs. I think Tartaronus is an incredible concept. found
Oh,
within
he
a
can actually
game
do
that
the same
may
thing
have
Vera
bitten off
does.
a bit more than it could chew with him.
What?
The sight of
So
him
there
in
was
the
like a
air
mod.
alone is an
You
image
can
that
actually get
sticks
like
in the mind and makes you
um,
go, damn.
you know
this
when you actually
franchise
get hit by
is
the mod
batshit
in the
insane,
old
and I love it.
from
Whenever
the
Monster
old
Online
style
comes up,
Vera,
Tartaronus
you
is
like
one of
get
the
it
first
trapped
images
in trap
conjured
status.
in my head. I don't
He can do
think
that.
the fight
Yeah.
looks
He can do that too.
half bad, but it certainly has some
that may just
weaknesses.
because
I think
of
the modern era of broader
how
maps and
being
enhanced verticality that we're getting
muddied.
into with
I'm
Monster
not
Hunter
sure.
games now
I don't know.
would have
Either
served
way, yeah.
Tartaronus very well. I really don't think he needs all that much work. The design is excellent, the concept is memorable, and the moveset could maybe use a few more punch-ups, but it doesn't look awful at all. I think Tartaronus is gonna get a 9 for how much I'd like to see him brought into mainline Monster Hunter. I think we absolutely have the technology nowadays to make this fight incredible.
I mean, he had the Matsu fight reworked, so I can see this being reworked too.
Mephistopheles.
Yes, this is the guy.
What?
This is the guy I've been hearing about. This is the only guy I kind of know.
Okay, you're ahead in the video. You're more ahead in the video than I was. Okay.
Just look at this thing. It's like a Dracolich.
There is one final unique foe to cover in Monster Hunter Online. One final challenge. And at the apex of this charming MMO stands one of the privileged few. A first-class dangerous monster. A peer of the Black Dragons. A feared and revered creature dwelling deep in hellish and hostile corners of the planet. One who invokes the silhouette of the most feared creature in Monster Hunter's history. A living skeleton engulfed in roaring flame and dragon lightning. A glutton who feeds upon the powers of his very foes. The barren disaster dragon, Mephistopheles. It's pretty sick that this spin-off Monster Hunter MMO, helmed by another company, contains one of the legendary forbidden monsters. Mephistopheles is a beast sharing the frame, size, and a few attacks of the almighty Fatalis.
Yes.
And a somewhat similar power set to a Latrion. But I'm happy to report that he most certainly has a lot of his own merits. Mephistopheles has one of the most intriguing methods of amassing power. On his stomach is an exposed core. It is a rather vulnerable point on his body, but the benefits to this obvious weak point balance out the drawbacks. With this core, Mephistopheles can absorb elemental power, strengthening his own body with whatever he comes in contact with. The fire of Arathalos may sting his hide, but Mephistopheles can make that fire his own, and amplify it tenfold. This is an amazingly cool biological aspect.
Yeah, that feels like Mega Man absorbing someone else's power or something like that.
The unfortunate reality is that this mechanic of Mephistopheles' ecology isn't used in his actual fight. It's somewhat understandable why this is. He'd probably have to live in an environment that had access to several elemental powers at once, or deliberately seek out other monsters to get this up and running, or maybe he could siphon the elements off of hunter weapons, something like that. Those could be some neat ideas, and although this kind of interaction wouldn't be mandatory to make the Mephistopheles fight good, it is a tad disappointing that this aspect of his biology is explored in a cutscene and then never really played with. There's some good
that sounds bad. That's disappointment.
The fight itself, as is, looks pretty damn good. It certainly looks a little slow and meticulous, but not meandering. Starting out, Mephistopheles is a purely physical attacker. He will almost exclusively remain up on his hind legs, attacking using his massive tail, stone-slicing claws, body slams, a slithering crawl, and probably my favorite thing he does is where he will run on two legs at you, cross up behind you, and snap at you with his jaws.
Okay, that is
menacing.
menacing.
Reason why Fatalis doesn't run. This looks absolutely hilarious, and I adore it. Given a bit of time, he'll rise up into the air, curl himself up and burst with either dragon or fire, randomly entering one of his two modes. Both modes are easily recognizable, so you'll know what you're dealing with.
Yep.
Dragon turns his spikes and glowing insides a dark pink with a sinister fire filling in his wing membranes. His fire form turns all the same body parts a bright orange and lights up his wing membranes with bright yellow and orange flames.
Yep, that checks out.
In both modes, he has access to a variety of ranged attacks and the ability to fly, as his wing membranes have ignited and fully formed. Both states have more or less the same attacks, but certain properties here are altered. In his dragon state, his main projectile is a concentrated draconic beam, whereas in his fire state, it's a spread shot of high velocity fireballs. In his draconic state, his slithering crawl pours dragon energy into the ground, inflicting an automatic stun upon those who touch the tainted earth.
I thought that was only Dragonblight.
He ignites the ground he walks on when he crawls. His biggest attack is a shower of draconic lightning bolts in one state, and a ground-searing flame burst in the other. Very similar attacks, but with enough difference that they don't feel simply like palette-swapped moves. Additionally, he can fire off his breath attacks while flying. as well as dive bomb opponents and sweep the area with his long tail. I like the look of this fight a lot. It feels like a neat
Yeah, it feels
improvement
nice.
off of the original Fatalis battle of the past,
So-
with some great aesthetics, a good pace,
Yes?
high damage, and a fairly consistent flow of moveset changes to keep the
pause the
battle
video.
engaging. The design
Yep.
So if I were to get one monster, I'd get Lytena. If I were to get two monsters, I get Tartaronis. If I were to get three monsters,
You will
I'd
get
get
Mephistopheles.
this. I'd get this, but I need a bit of a
Rework.
I need no. Well, spoiler alert, he does have another I don't want to call it a subspecies, I call it a variant. It's a variant where he does get access to all 5 elements.
Wow.
But I will say that making him change, he does need a little bit of a not too much since his moveset seems to be very individualized. But I think making him change elements, either he has to do it manually whenever he wants, or like depending on what weapons hunters bring, you can influence what he turns into, or you can you know how we can blight monsters now in Rise.
Yes.
If we do that to him,
Will
that's
it-
how he changes.
Basically, he nullifies the blight and then he just changes states.
Exactly. So
Like, the more I see of
You can-
him and the more
so
I
you
think
can
about...
cater essentially you can cater his elemental. The way that I'm thinking about it is that you can cater his elemental attacks to your armor's resistances.
So that way you can actually like make the fight go elemental wise to your own liking, depending how good you go or not.
Yeah, like I was thinking like you can yes, you can change his element to a one that your armor resists, but at one point he can change to whatever he wants, and you have to work to change it back.
To the other state,
Either-
basically.
Yeah, either hit him enough with your weapons element again, or figure out a way to blight him again, depending on what's on the whether or not that type of endemic life would be in the new game that he's a part of. But playing around the elements that he is what I would do.
Yeah. So one big difference, if I would say about this guy compared to Alatrion can actually do the change manually, but this guy
Well, he has to be in the air.
Yes. Like this guy, he needs to support or like steal the element itself from something else. Okay, so he has the capacity to have like elements, but it's not like Alatrion in a way that Alatrion just somehow has it.
Well, Alatrion is so elementally unstable that literally as soon as he gets off the ground, he changes elements. This guy can have more control over his elements. He has access to everything just due to being a black dragon who's seen a lot, done it a lot. And by the time you fight him, he's already got all of his tools. But using that one strength as his as a way to capitalize on your own defenses, that's what I was thinking. But given that all of his moves, even though they all have the same like general feel, even some of his elemental attacks don't have the same thing, like the laser beam or the spread shot. Like the rest of the elements can be the same too. So it's technically not only do you have to cater his element to your weaknesses, you still have to know or his element to your strengths and weaknesses and resistances. But you also still have to know what everything in his arsenal does so that you're ready just in case he swaps
to other
to whatever he likes.
And then you have to actually swap it back by force.
Yeah.
Depending on that. I mean, then you can I suppose that if you like overcharge him from one element, you can actually like return it back to the base state, like a normal like special topple.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. maybe that sounds like a decent idea. There's a lot of potential here. You can see where I sound like you with this monster.
No,
And I could
yes,
probably
I get it. There's a lot of layers with this guy
Yeah.
too.
It's pretty darn good too.
Yeah, I
especially
see
really
the
like
potential.
skeletal
It's
concept
there.
here.
Yes.
A lot of bone texture and color on the monsters in this game, I'm noticing. He's looking like a walking fatalis skeleton, incredibly lithe and covered head to tail in an abundance of rigid bone collar plating. I love his membrane devoid wings, the bones of the wings themselves looking like long taloned fingers.
Wow,
with
this
kind of
and
like
that
a
render, he
spinal
looks
cord
somewhat
looking set of
dead.
ridges on them. I'm
That's
a little
fine.
iffy on his
Nice.
face.
That's
It's kinda
like
hard
looks
to
metal.
place why. It might be the overbite. I don't
He
think it's the
he
downward pointed
This is like
jaw.
the
It could be
lich
the
of
teeny,
Monster Hunter,
beady,
a monster
ridiculous
that's been
little black
around for
eyes.
so
That might be it,
long,
honestly.
but
It could be
has
like a
so
mix
much
of things.
experience
Maybe I
that
find the
he's
lack
able
of
to take
expressiveness a little
advantage of
off-putting
what
and the
he's
mouth
done
shape a little
Yes.
for
cartoony. I
so
don't think his
many
face looks
years,
necessarily
right?
bad, but
Which
there's
is why
something
it's so
tickling my
upsetting because
brain
I
in a way
feel
that
like
doesn't
we've
take him
lost the
super
Black Dragon
seriously,
permanently.
which contrasts
And I
with how
think there's
spooky I find the
only
rest of them.
5.
I don't hate it, but
Well,
there's
okay,
something,
the Trial
I guess,
Fatalis
kind of
Trio,
cartoony
Alatrio, and
about it. Also, a
Darmiralis, that's
little
correct.
cartoony is his
I
exposed
I
purple
think there's
elemental core
only
with a whole
5.
bunch of
Yes.
like
And I
teeth-looking
know
spikes wrapped
Mephistopheles
around
is
it, which
one,
makes it look like
and I'm
this
pretty
evil
sure
sci-fi
Frontier
dork.
has
I do
one.
really like the marks
There's
of
this
purple all over
Furore.
his face and his
Yeah,
neck and his torso,
so
which
there's
will all
only
light up
5,
bright when
and
his
2 of
spikes
them
when he
are in
enters his
spin-offs.
elemental modes.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
damn, dude,
we
once
can
his
say
barren
7
wings
because
light
I
up
count
with
the
membranes
Fatalis
of
Trio
elemental fire,
as
that's
3.
pretty
I count
rad. I
Alatrion
don't know
as
how you
1. I
fly
count
with fire
Darmiralis
forming
as
membranes,
5.
but this is
Then we
the
have
category of
Mephistopheles, the
monsters where you can
6. And we
get
have this
pretty
Furore as the
fucking
7.
ridiculous. So, I don't know, I'm all
Technically,
for
it
it.
would be
He's
8
got a mix of
because
scary,
the elemental
badass, and
Mephistopheles
goofy,
is
all
the
mixed in a way
Oh.
that
variant
none of the other
fight.
forbidden monsters
Yeah.
really do.
This
Except,
fight
maybe Dire Morales
by
with the whole
itself only
Arcturus
has the
shoulder
2.
thing. That's a little silly. I think I'm okay with one member of this super exclusive club having a design that isn't 100% badass all the way through.
Yeah, I want
It's
that
good to have a little
classification
bit of
back.
diversity
We
going
haven't
on in
had that
category.
classification in like...
Murphistopheles is
there's
quite the
nothing
finale
in
to
the
the
4th,
first
5th
section of this
generation
video.
for that
Don't you worry,
classification.
we have a lot of monster variations to cover. Murphistopheles are pretty damn
And
sweet
Fatalis from
design,
World does not
with
count because we
not
have seen
a lot
Fatalis before.
needed to fix him, though I'm sure they could make him more ridiculous if they really wanted to. I'll harp on the elemental absorption thing one more time, though. I think if I could do anything for Murphistopheles, it would be to expand on that in the actual gameplay. If he needs to get his fire powers, maybe he dunks himself in lava. Maybe he could let himself get struck by lightning to get the thunder element. Maybe he lives in a region where the dragon element is naturally produced and he can absorb that out of the ground or something, and that's why he lives in really remote regions. Or perhaps, you know, elemental damage is incredibly effective against him, but if you do enough elemental damage, he can siphon that element.
Yeah, that's what you've been saying. He's saying the same thing.
Altering his elemental weaknesses. Maybe you do a couple of these at the same time. I don't
Yeah,
know,
that's
make them
where I
fight really
originally
crazy. I
got
just
the
love to see
idea
this
from, and then
idea
I thought
played
about
with.
how
They
we
show
could
it in a
just
cutscene,
throw a
but
bug
it's
at
not how he
monsters in Rise, and it's like, well, we
Yeah.
could do that here
is
too, and
Murphistopheles gets a nod
maybe
for how
change
much
his
I'd like to see
element
him
that
show up
way.
in Monster Hunter. Alrighty, so that is Monster Hunter Online's 9 original brand spanking new monsters, and we got plenty more to talk about. First off, we're going to cover a category of monster variations unique to online alone. A category of monster variations that live in complete isolation from other members of their species and have developed heightened abilities and differing physiology due to their abnormal life cycle. These are the aptly named lone species.
Lone? So that is like this game's like deviants?
Kinda more like rare species.
Nice song too. That's a nice beat.
Gold Congalala.
What? Okay, Golk is like Golk Kongalala, and then like, no, fuck that. It's like, I'm gonna show you an ad instead. Jesus Christ. What the hell? A gold Kongalala? Are you kidding me? Well, he's gold, alright.
Deep in the remote woodland region known as the Esther Lake, you may find a species of Congolala with a beautiful pelt, littered with many shades of bright, brilliant orange, ranging almost all the way to yellow and red, with small shocks of steely blue fur under his eyes and at his wrists. It's funny. What is, I would say, far and away the best looking of the Congolala is the one who triples down on their most disgusting attributes. Congolala are already a species of vulgar, gross-out monsters, using flatulence, dung, and building up toxins from food as their primary weapons. The golden Congolala not only have larger fart clouds during their attacks, not only seem to have a heightened frequency of using such fart attacks, not only produce a stench debuff aura out of their backsides when angered, but also have an eloquent new combo in the form of a series of repositioning maneuvers whilst flinging a volley of excrement. What a gentleman. He also seems to be a bit faster and more aggressive, using less of Congolala's long recovery attacks.
This is whatever to me.
Weight around.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
I
it's
kind
a
of like
Congolala, man.
I think he's one of the first really good silly monsters, and the stench debuff is honestly kind of underutilized and could stand to be a bit more of a legitimate threat if utilized by tougher monsters. I kind of like this guy. Plus, he's absolutely my favorite looking of the three Congolala.
Okay, so that reposition combo, yeah, that's kind of neat, but it's still a Congolala.
Yeah.
Great. I imagined for a second what would a seated Congolala would look like, and I don't want to get an idea.
And Guren.
Whoa! Shengaoren?
Yes.
Oh, it's a raid fight! Wait! I saw something interesting. You can actually play the song while also moving a little bit like normal? I saw that. So
remember, this is a whole different game, Hanta. With different arts. It does have hunter arts, but it's a whole different game.
Lone species.
It has swappable moves more so, kind of like more so like Rise.
I see.
More dangerous, and both wear the skull of an acantor as opposed to the Lao Shan Lung.
Oh, but acantor! Wow.
Shengaren. Tepeki and Guren have what is effectively the inverse of the same gimmick. Let me explain. We'll go with Tepeki Shengaren first. So, from what I understand, with both of these guys, your goal is to knock them down as often as you can in order to break the Acantor skull shell on their backs for the best rewards. To do this, you have to wound the legs. In the case of the Tepeki Shengaren, his legs are covered in a hide harder than steel, which repels almost any weapon. To knock him down, you need to heat up his legs to make them more susceptible to damage. You can do this with fire traps found in supply drops, with ballista fire, and I believe with explosive damage from weapons like gun lances, and I think standard fire elemental attacks.
Oh, I see.
The thing about online's raid battles is that you can bring in larger teams and have a broader composition of weapons. The strategy here seems to be to bring in a lot of longsword players for their unable to be deflected spirit combo, a few gun lances to heat up the legs, and some hunting horns for buffs and healing. Later on in the fight, at the second phase of the fortress defense, some hunters will need to break off and hold back an onslaught of Cenotar mobs so they can't intrude on the hunt. Though Tepeki Shengaren is slow, you need to be cautious. Stomps of his feet can cause small bursts of flame around him. He can swing his claws down in front of him, he can rear up on his back legs and slam down hard beneath him, and he can unleash a colossal torrent of fire.
That is more sick.
Additionally, stomps from heated legs can create some larger bursts of fire. The Guren Shengaren flips this fight on its head. He is superheated and glowing bright orange. Chunks of lava fall from his torso consistently, and he still has access to the Tepeki's massive slam and a Cantor flame cannon. With this fight, you need to freeze his superheated legs in order to increase the damage dealt to them. This can be done with the use of ice barrel bombs that can be found on the map. Probably ice elemental damage too, I think. So, I can't claim to 100% understand the mechanics of both fights, and I'm not entirely sure what the goal was to have two alternative Shen Guren lone species in online, but at face value, Guren Shen Guren looks to be far superior to Tepeki. Sure, Tepeki Shen's super hardened legs seem to necessitate more creative tactics to deal with his gimmick, but the damage absorption of his super armored legs, the fact that you kinda seem to be punished by achieving your goal of heating his legs by increasing his stomp's blast radius, and the lack of a major design overhaul minus the shell makes Tepeki seem a bit dragged out and exasperating.
Yeah, look at that
Guren
red
Shen Guren, on the other
Shen
hand, looks
Jesus.
way cooler. He lacks some of the more damage spongy elements of Tepeki and doesn't make the fight worse when you freeze his legs. From what I can see, Guren Shen Guren pretty much just kind of invalidates Tepeki Shen. I'll give Tepeki like a 2 for wanting to see him in mainline Monster Hunter, and I'll give Guren a 7. I'd love to see Shen Guren come back in some way, shape, or form, and if he does, I could see him at least.
Does people remember even Shen Guren? I mean, if you ask someone that came from fifth generation, they don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I remember Lao Shanlong because I played GU, but I don't think many people still remember that Shen Guren. Or
Yeah,
even
people might remember Shen.
Or even Yamatsukami.
Learning some tricks from this incarnation. He still doesn't look ridiculously fun, but definitely the best iteration of this monster so far. Sandstone Basarios.
There's a Basarios here?
There's 2.
Oh.
So this is a pretty cool concept. Basarios is a monster typically found dwelling in volcanic regions and has a shell composed mostly of minerals and ores.
Correct.
So what happens if you take a monster like this and have him live in a different environment with different minerals and ores? The result is a Basarios with a shell composed of sandstone rather than volcanic rock. As a result, the sandstone Basarios can no longer breathe or emit fire. However, it can intake and expel vast quantities of sand in a number of ways. This sand sticks to and inhibits the movements of those hit with it, inducing the muddied state. Basarios can expel the sand from vents on his lower body, sending out multiple waves of the stuff, and he can fire it from his mouth as a beam. Additionally, the sandstone Basarios seem to be much better at digging than the regular species, and can remain partially submerged within the sand.
Oh, he's much more adept.
And of course, he still has his poison and sleep gas producing organs found in the typical members of the species. I like this concept a ton. Monsters having drastic changes in their biology and ability.
Hey, that's actually makes sense.
It's a fun way to make variations, especially with a monster like Basarios, whose very hide is tied to the minerals in his surroundings.
Because it's sandstone, it's much more lighter, so it has much more like dexterity when he's like swimming around on the sand.
A bit cooler than the average Basarios. I think I'll give him an 8 for wanting to see him. He's
and
pretty dope.
I think, let me guess, it's easier to hit because it's sandstone.
Maybe.
Yeah, it makes sense if it's like easier to hit. Because one annoying thing of the Basarios line is like his hide and his like external parts are so hard that you bounce off.
Gold Hypnocatrice.
Oh! Hey, wait a minute. This guy there's another bird in the frontier that is similar.
There is a silver Hypnocatrice.
Yeah, apart from the silver Hypnocatrice.
I know what you're thinking. No, this one does not have lightning.
Oh.
Yet another golden lone species, and yet another variation of Hypnocatrice, the eccentric, sleep-inducing bird wyvern. This
I do wonder if Hypnocatrice will actually come back. There's a lot of Hypnocatrices.
Perhaps kicking it up to the highest level we've seen for Hypnocatrice. He runs around squawking and prancing and charging to and fro and all over the place non-stop. He has silver Hypnocatrice's dropkick and an attack where he lands so violently that he can hurt his own legs. He can exhale a cloud of sleep gas and land on it hard enough to cause it to expand in several directions.
Yeah, that's Zenith. That is Zenith.
However,
there's some stuff from Zenith.
Expelled yellow gas cloud. On contact, you will receive the drunken status, where you will still fall asleep, but when you wake up, your controls will be temporarily reversed.
Oh,
I'm not sure
they mix
exactly
sleep
when
with
Gold Hypnocracy
confusion.
was added to online, so I'm not sure if this reverse control idea originates with him or Malfestio, who arrived in Generations
That is
in
interesting.
2015. It is kind of cool that there is another monster with
Speaking
his
of
ability, and for
Malfestio,
that
I
reason
want
alone,
that
I
dude
suppose
back.
it'd be kind of neat to see Gold Hypnocratrice again, just to have another monster with this status out there. He's also got a ton of really goofy animations, and I love how lively just in general Hypnocatrice can be. I will say though, he might be my least favorite looking of all 4 Hypnocatrice. Not that bright yellow looks bad on him, but it's not as grounded as the standard Hypnoc. He's got less interesting colors than the breeding season Hypnoc, and he's not as cool looking as the silver Hypnoc. Okay, he's better looking than Zenith Hypnocatrice, but not exactly the highest bar. 6 out of 10 for this guy.
I feel like we have almost got it in the gut.
Flame Blangonga.
What? Okay.
If I could have 4 online monsters,
There's no way you actually find a Blangonga interesting.
Mountains of Fire. This
Just watch.
Blangonga's a long way from home. Out here in the volcanic heat, Blangonga's fur has turned a deep red. His whiskers have turned yellow, his skin has turned black, and he has a long spike of yellow fur coming up off the top of his head. His forelimbs also seem to be charred and burned and devoid of fur entirely up until a bit past his elbows. The hair spike's not my favorite touch, but in general, I do really like this recolor for the guy. So first and foremost with the Flame Blangonga. A lot of his major snow and ice attacks have been turned into fire attacks.
Makes
he can
sense.
rip up and fling a huge chunk of volcanic rock.
Okay.
Instead of his ice breath attack, he can exhale a blast of fire that he can sweep back and forth. Unlike the regular Blangonga, who can only exhale his ice blast directly forwards. On top of the physical attacks you can typically expect from a Blangonga, this guy's got a half-decent arsenal of new moves. He can reposition.
Oh wait, his fists! I just noticed his fists. They're actually like encased in like volcanic rock.
just watch. Just watch, don't pause, just watch.
And he can leap up and twist in midair, causing bursts of fire to erupt out of the ground as he lands. The coolest thing Flame Blangonga can do, however, is stuff his hands down into the rock beneath his feet and bring them back out coated in molten stone. These fiery rock gauntlets make his arms nearly impervious to damage, can add fire effects to his punch attacks, and when he's done with them, he can punch so hard that the molten rock comes flying off his fists as projectiles. Big fan of this guy. Most of the recolor looks really good. He works with his new environment exceptionally well. He has a lot of good looking brand new
That
moves
is
to
nice.
complement his fiery new abilities and independently of them completely.
I need
this
this.
is an excellent.
That is one thing. I've seen this also in Boljank a little bit. It gives me like Boljank vibes, except from the gauntlet thing.
Monster variation. I'll give Flame Blangonga
Vol'jin
a 9
looks
for how much I like to
too-
fight him.
Rugged.
Oh, come on. I mean, the fight with Boljank, I think is the highlight, though.
I guess, but I've seen the fight, I've looked at the monster, and I'm like, this is... He looked kind of awkward, though. Maybe it's me, but it's like, this thing looks...
Holy shit, his claws.
Yeah. If I could have 5...
Okay, you really love online a lot, but I can understand why.
I didn't think I'd ever be somewhat intimidated by a Daimyo Hermitar.
Look at those claws!
Here we are. Another resident of the mysterious and secluded...
Whoa, what the hell was that? I have to see that again.
But here we are. Another
Just
Impact!
resident of the mysterious
Just
and
watch.
secluded Esther Lake. We have a wandering Daimyo Hermitar whose carapace has turned a gleaming onyx black, his monoblow shell has been bleached white, and his claws are now adorned in glittering amber crystal. This dude looks like a menace, let me tell ya. Those crystals are absolutely not just for show. The core gimmick of Gongen Hermitar is shredding his targets to death by violently firing off chunks of those amber crystals. Anytime he scrapes his claws together, he's likely going to fire off a buckshot of crystal. He can clash his claws directly in front of him to fire off a straight shot of crystal. He's got a punch. He strikes the ground so hard that it sends these projectiles flying everywhere. He can automatically stun you with a shockwave created by his claws slamming together. This guy...
Okay, if Zenith Daimyo had that would be incredibly cool. I mean, Zenith Daimyo has like more blast on it, but this guy... It's alright.
Slam a claw down, embed it into the ground, and use it as an axis to spin around, launching himself up into the air only to come crashing down, firing off a salvo of arcing artillery crystals everywhere.
That is sick.
This motherfucker can even jump out of his impenetrable shield and land hard for another crystal burn.
Okay, he has variations from his shield. That is freaking cool. Like, slam forward to stun, or like dunk. Nice.
This just hurts.
Hey, like I said, if I could have
some of
5.
his bigger attacks is gonna take some healthy chunks out of that health bar. This guy has mix-ups on a good amount of his original attacks. He's got scary projectiles. He's got combos.
You can actually get sauced by this thing.
I kind of want to give this dude a 10, which is funny because Daimyo Hermitar is just supposed to be this goofy, low-level little guy, not really anything.
Nah, the crafts are popular. The crafts are freaking popular.
Gongen Hermitar. I want to fight this dude.
At least the tail of just going up in the air, it's really noticeable. It's like that get out of there signal.
Onimusha.
What? Is that... Why is a Shogun Senator like that name? Jesus. Oh, I like the effects on the claw swipes.
From Hermitar to Senator. And this one's a little bit of a step down. Onimusha quite literally translates to Demon Samurai. And I kind of feel like they may have been the slightest bit generous with that. This lone species of Shogun Senator is a much more nimble and practiced combatant than your typical Shogun Senator. He also has one oddly formed claw, it having a more shield-like shape to it. He's also rocking this new teal color, which I definitely don't like as much as the regular blue. This guy does have a couple of neat-looking new attacks. He can double up his standard claw sweeps, he can perform a retreating claw slash, and he has a terrifying double spinning slash attack. The strangest thing about him is that he doesn't really seem to do anything with his special malformed looking shield claw. It just kind of slices like the other one does. I'm not really sure what the point of this design choice was. I will say though, what is cool about Onimusha is his ranged and elemental capabilities. They're definitely the strongest of any other Senator. For one thing, he seems to keep his Gravio shell on a lot more, starting with it at the very least, which means he has access to his water beam attack from his back a lot more than the regular Senators.
Piss him!
And the neatest thing about this guy is that he keeps his poison spray that adult Senators always lose.
Oh, that's neat.
I bet some of you even forget that adolescent Senators have that poison
spray.
No,
I know.
And Onimusha has a much more powerful version of the attack. With a name like...
Excuse me?
I didn't know that. How often do you get spit on by a regular Senator?
Well, when you're like actually going into the volcanic region in Rise and you try to carve, those little guys really... Yeah, those guys can annoy you.
Okay.
Demon Samurai. I kinda expected a little more. I think Rust Razor is probably still the scariest Senator out there.
That is true. Rust Razor has the gimmick with the glove and the shell. That is really, really cool.
Keeping the poison, I think, is a really
what I like is his Fate Slash backstab.
Onimusha gets a 6 for wanting to see him in mainline Monster Hunter.
That's it. Like that Fate Slash backstab, backdash. I want to see that implemented like basically most Senators, not gonna lie.
That could be in the base Senators moveset in online, so...
Flame Tigrex.
Ooh. Oh, he seems bulkier. His claw seems way bulkier. Okay, so what differentiates this guy from
Yet another
Molten?
flame lone species, and yet another variation of Tigrex. Also, he will be the last of our lone species for the day.
Oh.
We do have a good chunk more variations to go through after this, though. Here, we have a Tigrex who has made his home within volcanic mountains and caverns. His shell has grown so accustomed to the heat that patches of lava have hardened and now cling to his wing arms and head. And only very specific attacks can soften up the armor of this fiery Tigrex. This guy's... he's okay. And I really like Tigrex too. Combat-wise, he's quite the powerhouse. He has several attacks that can rip up the ground underneath him, carving it into razor-sharp rocks. His charges are ferocious. He has Brute Tigrex's massive bellowing roars, which he can sound off in rapid succession. He has this one really neat animation that I like, where if you're behind him, he'll lift up and look under his wings.
Oh, that is cool.
He has 2 attacks that can soften his lava armor. For his wings, he has a heavy stomp that will force his claws underground, igniting them. And for his head, he has one incredibly powerful fire roar. And on paper, this is a cool gimmick. Not wholly original, we've seen a lot of fire armor before, but it's a cool concept. There's 3 issues though. Number 1, he does not do these specific attacks very often, at least from the fight that I watched. Number 2, his body parts do not stay heated for very long after he does those attacks. And number 3, and this might just be myself, I don't think this is a great idea for Tigrex specifically. Making it so that you can bounce off Tigrex's head clashes kinda with Tigrex's core combat design. Interrupting a Tigrex charge with a perfect strike is a rite of passage.
That is true. Like, dunking into like Tigrex's charge and successfully doing that and then seeing that guy topple down is just feels like a dopamine rush.
Don't with that. Conquering that charge is kind of what hunting Tigrex is all about. It's funny. Flame Tigrex has a little bit of Brute Tigrex, a little bit of Molten Tigrex, a little bit of Grimclaw Tigrex, and a little bit of Deorex. And in the end, the result is a monster considerably less interesting than all of them before. I still like this animation a lot.
Yeah, that's it. That's sick. So that's the last lone species then.
Subspecies and variants.
Oh.
Alrighty, we got, I think, 15 or 16 subspecies and variants to cover next. Some pretty simple stuff. I'll give them their due, especially if they got something particularly interesting going on. I'm gonna go through this by monster categories in the order of the wiki page. Let's go. So, Ice Cremine, pretty on par with the subspecies you'd see coming out of, let's say, the 3rd generation. Ice Cremine takes the explodey, desert-dwelling Cremine, brings him to the polar regions, recolors them with an Arctic sheen, and adds an icy burst effect to his elemental attacks. Icy subspecies
So
are
ice
certainly
oil,
nothing
then.
new, but I don't ever really find myself all that tired of them. I think it's a pretty good go-to for new attack effects and re-upping the design. Ice Cremine retains his tan shell and blue hide, perhaps with the brightness turned down a little bit, and now has icy textures on his wings, tail, beak, chest, and back. Looks pretty neat, but I also kind of think he looks like a Cremine got lost and got snowed on all day. Fight-wise, Ice Cremine is mostly just an element swap from fire to ice, but with a few new attacks and improvements on old ones. He can fire off ice projectiles in straight shots and in arcs. He can cause ice to burst up from his beak, slam him out of the ground.
Dunk from the air.
Fly up into the air beyond the reach of melee weapons and fire down several icy blasts. Nothing crazy here, but nothing bad. I'd give him, I'd say a 5, I suppose. One-eared Yangaruga. Okay,
Wait, what? There was young Garuga here? Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that we have a monster who is defined by the fact that he gets into so many fights that wounded Yangaruga, who are made more dangerous by their
everything from
experience, is enough of a
first and second
commonality
gen
within
is
the
in the
species
game, is in
population
online.
that the guild classifies said injured Yangaruga
Huh.
as their own variants. But this is the 3rd one.
Yeah, we have Scarred.
Deadeye, and now One Ear.
Yeah.
Good lord, stop hurting this bird? I guess I like...
I mean, no, the bird hurts itself because he fights a lot. Honestly.
The green scale tint and red accents on his spines, but I have quite literally seen this before. He doesn't even really have any new moves. He can use Yankaku's arcing fireballs along with his typical straight shot ones, so that's something. Dude even loses his balance and stumbles around after some of his attacks. And he has trouble landing after...
Funny enough, that is actually kind of accurate after you kind of lose one of your ears, to be fair. Like, you know that for us, we need like our
You
ears.
lose balance.
Yes. It's actually kind of accurate.
After he flies. This feels like punching down. He is actively the least capable of the 3 Yangaruga who are classified by being mutilated. I guess that's more realistic. Decent attention to detail. 1. Dread Belidae.
Ooh.
Okay, so we're seeing some subspecies that add to a few of the base monsters that I was a little whelmed by in terms of their gameplay. The Dread Belidae is a status supercharged incarnation.
Wow, wait, what the hell? Oh god, that's paralyzed.
Earlier. Not only does the Dread Belidae come with a new host of web attacks, but he can infuse them with poison and paralysis. These little shocks or poison bubble effects on the webbing will indicate which attacks do which status.
Gee, poison and paralysis. Where have seen this before?
He can fire off several webbing traps in arcs in front of him and in incredibly long-range trails in front of him. He can also fire off several web traps into the air, only for the webbing to come raining down around him. He can keep up a pretty constant barrage of these status-inducing web traps on the ground, necessitating decent awareness of surroundings. However, none of the individual web traps are particularly huge, so it doesn't look too annoying to evade with and deal with these attacks. Just some decent situational awareness. His physical attack roster isn't expanded on all that much, but at least now there's a lot more of his web shenanigans mixed in to keep the fight feeling more interesting. His recolor here is kinda neat, going for a dull yellow for most of the shell and a deep dark violet for the highlights. Kinda Somnicanth colors, actually. I don't think he looks...
I didn't actually have Somnicanth in mind.
But he does look pretty good. Honestly, if Belidae were ever remade, I wouldn't mind kinda just making this the whole creature now. The web attacks and physical attacks seem way more evenly distributed, and the poison and paralysis adds some half-decent menace here. Dread Belidae can get a 9 for wanting to see him in mainline Monster Hunter, or worked into the baseline Belidae. I think he definitely still gets some tweaks up in a 6th generation Monster Hunter game, but Dread as he is, seems to be a fairly complete vision for what this creature can be.
He seems...
Swordmaster Shogun Ceanataur.
Whoa!
And here, we have a Ceanataur who slipped and fell in some strawberry jam, and is incrementally more skilled with his claws. In terms of his gameplay, I'm noticing 2 big changes. The first is that his claws are permanently extended rather than retracted when he isn't in rage.
I see.
And the other change being that he can cancel his charging claw hug into some of his other claw attacks. Also,
he can mix.
Attack in a more rapid succession than your typical Shogun. That's really the bulk of what I'm seeing here, and they're 2 cool ideas, but I don't think they really justify a whole new monster variant. High-key, if you just altered the context of this version of Shogun, I'd like him a lot more. I don't think there's enough here to justify there being a Swordmaster Shogun Ceanataur. If you put these fight changes on a Hazard Quest Shogun Ceanataur, by that I mean like the Hazard Quest monsters in Sunbreak, where they altered certain properties of the moves slightly, I would think these are awesome changes for a more challenging version of a regular Shogun. As its own separate individual, there's simply not enough here. I'm gonna say 1 out of 10 for wanting Swordmaster Shogun Ceanataur himself being brought in, but I'd love to see these changes made for a stronger Shogun in an event quest like the Hazards. Elemental Boldrome.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Seriously? Element?
Huh?
You just watch the screen right now. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No, no, April Fool's happens. Did you see the... You're stuck on the...
I couldn't find any
You're stuck on
footage of
the
this quest. From what I
the
understand,
image and not
is
the
it was an April
explanation.
Fool's Day event
That's-
quest. You
Oh.
could fight a Bulldrome
I'm
that could
way
be
ahead in
wreathed
the-
in a random
I'm way in
elemental
the
aura.
future,
If you
Chief.
broke his
Because I
tusks,
don't want to
it would
hear myself
literally
twice.
use all the elements at once. 10 out of 10. Please, somebody recreate this.
Seriously?
Yellow Caesarbur. Okay, so it's Caesarbur, and he's yellow, and he's in the desert, and he uses way more mud attacks. Yeah, it's fine. Kind of something I'd expect out of, like, say,
kinda redundant.
Freedom Unite era subspecies. He can leave long-lasting dug-up chunks of mud on the ground that can slow down movement, and he can also use dig attacks now, so he's definitely not just a palette swap. I also think he looks like a lot worse. To compensate for the new yellow fur that this guy has, the yellow stripes on the original Caesarbur look like they were drawn on with a yellow highlighter. 3. Salvageable, but pretty whatever.
I don't know.
Also, how's he gonna build dams out in the desert? Ghost Caesarbur. Okay.
What?
So it's Caesarbur, and he smokes weed all the time, and he rolls more, and he's a bit more violent, and his roar requires earplugs. Pretty much the exact same thing I said for Swordmaster Shogun Senator applies here. There's a couple of neat little changes and some minor bumps in the toolkit that could be useful for a special event quest Caesarbur, but doesn't really
That seems more like an
justify
afflicted
a new
one.
monster. I'll give him, I guess, a 2 because I like the roll attack. Purple Slice Margle. So,
Okay, that hue is
this
sick.
guy looks terrifying without
Yup.
the proper skills to counter his abilities. Rather than inducing the stabbed debuff, the spikes stuck in the ground by the Purple Slice Margle deal simultaneous poison and paralysis. And we here at CR Volcanic
Aw.
encourage the use of defensive skills to counter
Yeah,
monster
that seems like a
so
lot of
I'm
Huey
not about
Dicky
to say,
now.
Ew, double status. I think double status is kind of cool, a neat threat. The
Me too.
one thing I will say ew to is the color palettes. Lavender and bright blood orange is not the best look on the stab-happy monkey wolf. The coolest thing about Purple Slice Margle by a landslide is when he sticks you with a flung spike, or if he punches you, he can give you the debuff Stabbed Paralysis, which is the greatest status name I think I have ever heard.
Huh.
This is paralysis on a timer that you can dive through at the right time to negate the effects of. Then you'll just be paralyzed on a delay. Neat premise, very unique. Kind of
Interesting.
cool that there's some ways to get around it. Kind of easy to shake off, but I kind of just like the general premise, giving you like a ticking time bomb type of thing.
It's like a
I think
blast,
his
but
move
with
pool is
paralysis.
Slightly expanded, but I didn't notice too much new about him. The status menace is definitely the best thing about him. I'll just give a 5 out of 10 for wanting Purple Slice Margle. Crystal Basarios.
Crystal Basarios.
Kind of weird that we got 2 brand new Basarios in this game, and neither of them have a corresponding Gravios in this game. Also weird is how
Huh,
Crystal
I wonder
Basarios
why.
kinda does nothing crystal-y. Instead, during his charge attack and when he shakes himself, he can loose several small boulders from his back to come crashing down on opponents around him. There's some sense to this, as the rocky shell on Crystal Basarios' back is far larger than your typical Basarios, but it's just kinda odd to have the main gimmick of a Crystal Basarios to be flinging black rocks, and that's kind of the neatest and most different thing that he does. He can expel fire gas from his underside like Gravios can and other Basarios can't, so that's kind of something. I do like how he looks. The black shell is neat. I do like how the red crystal layer at the base of his shell looks with
Yeah,
the black,
but that
it just
back
doesn't seem to have
seems
a
kinda
mechanical
exaggerated.
purpose. What I do appreciate about this design is the fact that the physical shape of Crystal Basarios is different to that of the regular monster. His shell is far larger. It extends down more to the tail. The vast majority of variations in subspecies do not have any alterations to the actual shape and size of the monster, and I appreciate that here. But I don't know, I'm just a bit confused about the point of this guy. It feels like you could have had a really neat Basarios variant here, but there just really isn't that much going on. I don't know. 3 for this guy? Shattered Monoblos. Apparently, when you snap the horn off a Monoblos, you throw
I
off
was
his
not
equilibrium
expecting
and
him
make
here.
been a lot. Yeah, another variant on here with very minor mechanical changes. He does have the ability to double up on his tail backwards sweep, which is kind of a
springs a
neat
lot.
way to bait a hunter who isn't paying attention to approach from behind. And this detail is super minor, but online was made back when we were still in that era of monsters having 60-degree turn angles for movement. Shattered Monoblos seems to be able to turn a full 180. It's a pretty small detail, but it's kind of interesting to point out. I do like the darkened shell and a little bit of the orange on the frill and destroyed horn. He looks pretty cool. I don't know, 3 out of 10 for a Shattered Monoblos, but hey, while we're talking about him, put the regular Monoblos in wilds, please. Conflagration Rathian.
What?
So, a little bit of a caveat. When doing research for this video, I didn't really look at the fights for the monsters who were in online, who were also in mainline Monster Hunter. So, this monster, and I'm betting a couple of others on this roster, has a couple of moves on it that I'm sure the regular Rathian in online has, but I didn't really look at the regular Rathian. I just look at this one. So, I'm probably going to be more impressed with Conflagration Rathian in the context of this video than I would have been had I looked at the regular Rathian in online, because for a little bit, Rathian was the placeholder flagship of this game and got a bit of extra flair and some new extra moves before Australian came in and took things over. So all of these changes that I'm assuming are on the core Rathian and on Conflagration Rathian, I'm just gonna lump all of them under this banner as this new monster. So, yeah, I'm gonna have a higher opinion of Conflagration Rathian within this context than I probably would have without it, just to kind of make this little chunk clear. And this fight looks pretty cool. The only real drawback here is that Conflagration Rathian is much more heavily armored than the standard Rathian, so you're at higher risk of bouncing.
Just like Gold
Rathian.
Rathian.
Ways to change up her staple backflip attack. Namely, she can spin herself into the air, roar to stun hunters, and immediately follow up with a backflip. Kind of like what young Garuga can do, but with
I was gonna say that young
more
Garuga.
flair. She can angle her backflip a bit to throw off where she's going to actually hit you, which is a neat little alteration to the technique. And she can reverse the direction of her tail whip on the ground, which I don't believe I've seen any other monster be able to do before. She's also got some interesting mix-ups, like canceling her charges into a tail whip and diving out of the air only to immediately follow up with a backflip. Additionally, she has a much more powerful explosive breath attack than a normal Rathian, and through some method, she can ignite her tail during her backflip and send fire spraying.
Whoa! Okay, that is sick.
Those are the additions brought by the Conflagration Rathian specifically. I do like the red decorations on her spikes and spines and the bit of red tinge in her wings, though the render makes this red look a little bit more prominent than it actually is on the model. I think if she were ever to be brought back, I'd like a little bit more into the red. This one's kind of a neat variation, almost like a Rathian fighting style with Rathalos levels of fire and flying power. She'd rank quite a bit lower as an improvement on Monster Hunter Online's Rathian, but on her own, in comparison to the Rathian we're all accustomed to, this is quite the cool retooling of a somewhat stale monster. I think if you kept the main series Rathian intact and ported over Conflagration as she is, you'd have a pretty memorable version of her. And with some further accentuation on her fire abilities, which would be warranted due to the Conflagration nomenclature, I think you'd have a really cool new Rathian. I'll give her a 7 out of 10 for wanting to see Rathian like this. Poikilos Lytena. Here we have a desert dragon subspecies of Lytena, and this beetle continues to impress. He substitutes the gold and blue for near black and a dark pink. I don't know which one of these color palettes I like better, actually. He has traded his positive and negative charge shenanigans with electricity for an arsenal.
Are you watching the video? I'm cruising around.
I'm watching.
Looks rich by the age. Damn, you miss it. Hi, Cold Gunner.
Some of these new attacks include horn sweeps, which leave arcs of dragon lightning in their wake, and a massive dragon elemental burst that sends out revolving orbs of the dangerous energy. I think I'd rather take unique mechanics over cooler attacks, but only by so much, so I'm gonna knock Poikilos down 1 point to a 9 out of 10 for wanting to see him in mainline Monster Hunter. If they ever brought over the standard Lytena, I'd still love to see this subspecies come with him. Infernal Tartaronus.
What the hell?
This version of our friendly flying sea turtle is built for online's raid battles, which is pretty sweet right off the rip. As the name would imply, this guy is much more fiery than the regular Tartaronus.
I can see
dwells
that.
in volcanic regions. What's cool about Infernal Tartaronus is that he flies a bit more, and your method of getting him down is a little bit more involved than just shooting him down with a ballista binder, as you do with the regular Tartaronus. There are these explosive chunks of volcanic rock that you need to load up into cannons and fire at him to bring him down. Meanwhile, you have these fiery thunderbugs who kinda just come out of nowhere and will start attacking people carrying the cannon ammo. You'll want to have some of your hunters defending the hunters transporting the ammunition. And on top of that, Infernal Tartaronus is kicking up fire tornadoes that'll start whirling across the battlefield, so have fun with that. For the most part, he doesn't look nearly as good as the regular Tartaronus. He replaces some of the more earthy desert colors with a much more charcoal gray, and his underbelly and outside of his fins are nearly white. However, when he's flying and he lights himself up with internal heat, sending flames coursing through his body, he does look pretty good. Infernal doesn't look as good as the original Tartaronus, and for some reason, perhaps due to the fact that being in a volcano makes him look like he's really trying to be cool, he doesn't quite capture the same awe as the original monster does. However, this fight does seem a bit better put together, so I'll give him an 8 for wanting to see him return to Monster Hunter. Elemental Mephistopheles.
Is this the guy? The elemental?
Yeah, this is the guy.
So here, we have a variant of Mephistopheles who can do everything the regular Mephistopheles can, but bumped up another 3 levels. Along with his fire and dragon forms, this bad boy has ice, water, and thunder now.
Wow.
Like his fire and dragon forms, these additional elemental states don't add a lot of new attacks, but rather change the mechanics of what his elemental attacks can do. In his water state, he is surrounded by a water aura that inflicts the movement speed down debuff. This is a super neat and pretty dangerous ability that makes a lot of sense for a water aura. Like it's trying to weigh you down as you're trying to move around within it and trying to either approach or get away from Mephistopheles. But to be a little bit of a downer, the effect doesn't look very good. Not too sure what you do to make a good looking water aura, but this is, I don't know, it's not it. It looks like it clips super awkwardly through his body. In his ice form, his aura and his ice beams can inflict a frozen status that will freeze hunters in place after an allotted time, and in his thunder form, his lightning attacks now inflict paralysis. I'm of two minds on this guy. On the one hand, I really like all the creative status ailments that are inflicted via his elemental attacks. I feel like it's a really creative way to make a multi-element monster. On the other hand, though the regular Mephistopheles is pretty derivative Fatalis whilst doing his own thing, now you have him derivative of Fatalis and even more so a Latreon, while yes, still managing to do his own thing, and that makes him mildly less interesting to me. The fact he has just another monster to be compared to. Additionally, he now has 5 forms that are all pretty similar movement-wise to one another, and I think that erodes a little bit of the interest I have in each form just a little, as now they kind of start to blend together a little more, as he has 5 different states, but they're all really not doing that much different. So it's a little less easy to appreciate the differences in each one. At least that's kind of how I feel. But I do really like how each one interprets the detrimental
if you can rework
kind of like
the moveset,
there's some gives and some takes here.
then
so
it can actually work.
With Mephistopheles' score and give elemental
like I said, there's a
Mephistopheles
lot of
9 out 10
potential
for
here.
wanting to see him
So.
as well. Doom Australian.
Whoa.
Okay. So we're starting to improve on Australian a little bit here, which is what I really wanted to see with her.
That's a nice color.
I really want to love this monster. This subspecies of Online's flagship discards the reddish browns and fiery insectoid wings for a black and white shell and gorgeous looking dark violet accents and star butterfly armor. When it comes to combat, Doom Australian doesn't seem to have too many differences in her physical attack roster, making this still not the most impressive fight out there, but Doom Australian Australian really seems to improve upon the star butterfly concept. Not only do the star butterflies seem a bit more aggressive in Doom Australian's fights, not only do they do an absolute crap load of damage, which makes the fight much more intense, but now they can burrow underground and shoot up from under you in a swarm. The better incorporation of the star butterflies and that tremendous damage makes Doom Australian look more imposing than the regular Australian, even though she isn't doing much different herself. The need to watch your back at all angles to make sure the star butterflies aren't sneaking in, whilst still needing to keep tabs on her, I think makes the fight look a lot more heart-pounding. I'm gonna rank Doom Australian at an 8, a little bit higher than the normal Australian, and hasn't moved the needle too much just yet, but now let's see what the final form of our flagship and our final monster of the day
He has 2 variants?
do. Arbiter Australian. Now this is what I'm talking about. The Arbiter Australian is fast, powerful, tenacious, and boasting a nice, wide, healthy move pool that Australians really been needing. The only step down from Doom is that the destruction star butterflies that Arbiter utilizes are less numerous and less aggressive, but no less strong. They're a little less baked into Arbiter's kit than they are Doom's.
Yeah, okay, those are some new
only
moves.
uses her
Really,
armored
really
state
nice.
and wing state, which is fine because regular and Doom Australian
Ooh, nice
barely
dunk.
even use their base state, so I hardly even know what the difference is anyway. And when she's fully charged, she barely even needs the butterflies to be ruthless. She's got explosive chaining bite attacks, burst creating backflip tail slams, massive lunging explosive slams, fiery projectile attacks, a sweeping flamethrower, flaming tailspins,
Flaming
in and out of the
tailspin,
air,
ha.
exploding paw strikes, lots of really good looking, high speed, high damage attacks that combo more easily into one another. This fight looks really cool. The design for Arbiter Australian is pretty damn great, especially all lit up. Her shell is this dark gray color with a bit of dark green mixed in, which looks pretty damn good. And holy,
I can see the Rathalos, the Raytheon Firebread there.
Jets of fire pouring off her body. It looks nothing short of phenomenal.
That tail swipe.
Strangely, though the color of her wings and flames indicate that she would be a fire monster, her attacks inflict dragon blight. I'm not sure why that is. So if Australian were to make her way back into Monster Hunter, you could do a few things.
Just slap all 3 of them together.
Regular Australian
That's true.
has the best design and coolest personality.
I mean, give it the moves of Arbiter, give it like the looks of the base swarm, and
Give it the butterflies of the Arbiter, or not the Arbiter,
The Doom
the
one.
Doom one.
yes.
Or accentuate the strengths of each and keep them separate.
Yeah, we
One
we're
way
the
or
same
the
conclusion
other,
here.
This
Yeah,
is getting a 9
literally
out
just
of 10
slap
for
all
wanting
3
to see
together.
the
Just
monster.
make
Just take
the
the
regular
best.
Australian more aggressive physically, and
I'm
more,
very happy to cap this video
and
off
you gotta be
on
more
such a
aware of the
badass
butterflies.
high note.
Yeah. Yeah, it just makes them all free. Like that's a no-brainer. Well, I'll see you later. Thank you, Colt.
That's
Like,
the,
look at that dunk. Like this thing, and the tail swipe. I love the tail swipe a lot.
That's the end of the video. Well, that's the last of the monsters.
Well, holy shit. That's actually quite a lot. I was not aware of like the online monsters more. I knew a bit of Explore, I know about the Frontier ones, but this was actually quite nice to see.
It's nice to see monsters that are a little less
Prominent.
map spread.
Yeah.
The best. It's like I'm looking at these fights versus Frontier fights, and I'm like, I can actually fight these things without having to worry about the entire screen blowing up.
I mean, to be fair, I got so used to the Frontier monsters that I see to myself, like after you just fight the Zeniths, it's like, no, I just want to get my ass kicked. Kind of like that. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I think that is... No, I think that's not just you. I think that's the people who play Frontier.
Okay. I mean, it's just you just want a challenge. When you just like reach that apex, you're like, damn, I just want something to actually like kick my ass. Like when I play World, it's like I'm just having like a fun time. It's like the same reaction I have when I'm playing Rise. It's like I feel like I have too many tools to actually work with, and now that I have too much experience with Frontier, now I feel I have too many tools in World. But yeah, it's quite a ride to see all these monsters kind of like have a... There were so many different monsters out there that I was not aware of. I have to thank you for showing this, Animal Man.
It was this guy's videos that really gave me a perspective on Frontier's monsters without me having to die a billion times to them.
Yeah, that seems nice.
It's good to see these in motion.
Like now that I seen like Australian, like the free versions, it's like, yeah, like just give him the aggressive moveset and the aggressive bugs and the colors of the base one. I mean, it's like, I mean, I was impressed by the bug. I think the bug and Australian were the highlights for me from that video. The scene with Tartonis was also kind of cool. Like the Shen Goblins were
Big Hermitar?
The Big Hermitar. I mean, I compared it a lot with the Zenith one. And the Zenith one also had like, honestly, I like the explosive like big pincer claws over like the stone like stone ones. But this one's actually kind of cool too. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Like I'm glad I had someone else to talk Monster Hunter with while after the hunts, after eating.
Yeah.
And right now my food is setting in, so I'm just getting into sleepy mode.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let me see who can I. Oh, I know who to visit. So I made a friend that way back, and she's playing like content warning. And,
okay.
And just see how. Let's just say hi.
Go ahead.
All right. Anyway, thank you for keeping me company, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. All right. So about that, like the Pathfinder thing, you do notify me.
Yeah, I don't think. I highly doubt that there's going to be an opening, given how everything is. Plus, it's part of the DM's kind of private living world. So maybe if I can convince him, if an opening opens up, if
and just if.
Very much an if.
Yeah, it's understandable. Don't worry about it. Alright. Well, thank you so much, man. I will see you on the flip side. And I'm gonna have a good rest now. I had fun today. It was like, I was not expecting the video to be this fun. Anyway, see you around. Have a good day and stay safe.
Peace.